Let's do some tweeting. Not tweeting. Everyone. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Akelon here, and welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, thank you so much for joining us. I am very happy to have you here. Please remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, but most importantly, come over to Twitch. Click the link in the description down below. Come join us live. It is more fun when it's live. Of course, not right now because I'm typing shit, which I should have had typed before, but I sort of fell behind schedule. Keeps getting worse. It is now a proper fucking dumpster fire. Think that's okay? Dumpster fire. Yeah, we can tweet that out. Fuck it. That should be good. That should be good. Strum, how you doing, brother? Arnold, how you doing, brother? How's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I'm done with the bullshit. We can sort of relax now, hang out, and do whatever the fuck is up for today. I have a lot to cover. Holy shit. Cher, how you doing? Grumpy, how you doing? How's everyone doing? How's your week's been, or your day been? I guess it's the middle of the week, which is a nightmare in and of itself. I'm hot as shit. But it's weird now, because if I remove my jacket, I'm fucking cold. If I have the jacket on, I'm hot. So I don't know what to do. I'm very confused. Adam, how you doing? Moni, how you doing? How's everyone doing? At work, but was waiting for you to go live. I do apologize that I'm a little bit late, guys. 10 minutes. I literally had a video to finish as the stream started. So I literally finished the video, uploaded it to Alex, and now we're live. Off work today and finally getting to catch a stream. B. Miller, how you doing? Happy to have you here. I would wait another hour if needed. I wanted to go live normal time when I become famous. No thanks, Pencode. Can I fucking can I just... How do I ban you? How do I ban you from the channel? Let's quickly see. Ban this man. Thank you. There we go. Tabby Sick, how you doing? Oh my god. What is it with all these people that want to fucking sell shit? No one cares. No one gives a shit. There we go. Okay. What is it? Is there actual people that buy followers? Is there actually such a thing? Because I cannot think of a worse way to try and get your name out there than to buy followers from people, like from companies like this. It literally doesn't help. You get caught instantly by Twitch. Moni, thank you very much. I'd really appreciate that. We should actually add that phrase that they used, but I already banned them. But if you can see that phrase, see if we can add that phrase to the pre-banned phrases of the fucking channel, so that those people just don't make it even in. Digitmark, how you doing, brother? How's everyone doing? None of you have answered my question. I have asked now 3 times. But take your pants off. Steak and stuff, I don't think I would be comfortable streaming with no pants on. I already have very comfortable, like, what is it called in English? I think it's called, not trainers, stretchy pants. I don't know. What the fuck is stretchy pants called in English again? I can't remember. I can say the phrase if you don't ban me. Strum, we won't ban you for the phrase. If Moni doesn't know it. Moni, did you get the phrase that they were using there? Sweatpants, yeah. Like sweats. Yeah, sweatpants. I'm wearing those, which is amazing. No, I do not own yoga pants. And I point and laugh at the people at the gym who do. There's this new thing at the gym that I fucking despise. I can't stand it. It's these guys that go to the gym, right? Fucking proper fucking muscly cunt, yeah? And then he's wearing Speedos. Like, the motherfucker is wearing Speedos. And it's like, dude, unless you're a girl or like a 5-year-old boy, you should never be wearing Speedos. Never. What is this? And I see it so often, and they sort of go, well, you know, it helps me train, it gives me a lot of movement. I'm like, fucker, are you crazy? I have a lot of movement. Look, I can go up and down. I can do my fucking squats, no problem. My pants aren't getting in the fucking way. Just get yourself a proper pair of sweats, and you'd be good to go. Mikimoto, how you doing? This is not your second time in chat. This is not your unless, of course, you're counting it in badges. Wearing yoga pants? I really am not, guys. Kenny, how you doing, bro? I really am not. I don't know how to show you, but I'm definitely not wearing sweats. Pikarku, how you doing? I would feel very uncomfortable with a pair of pants that sort of highlights them balls, right? I would feel very uncomfortable with a pair of pants that sort of cushion the balls, you know? It would just feel weird to me. Like, I would be like, wow, this is being on display now. I may as well not wear pants, right? Mr. Vaughn, how you doing? Blizz should give out free copy of their new expansion to those content creators who have quit. Pringles, how's that gonna help? They've quit. Damn, it is way too early to hear Ackle ranting about banana huggers. Mr. Smokin', you have no idea. I find it very offensive in the gym, actually. But I swear to you, it's the weirdest new trend. These guys that, you know, I guess they're working out really hard because they want to pretend like they're alpha main or some shit. So, you know, a lot of these guys also skip a lot of leg day, just to be clear, right? But then they have these fucking, like, these Speedo fucking ski pant looking shit on that is so tight. It's so tight that you're sort of going, bro, you should not, men should not be wearing that. No man should be ever caught dead wearing a fucking pant like that. While I was asleep, anything new happened besides Greg Morrison leaving? Perpetrator, yes, there's a ton of things that happened. I'll quickly give you some insight. If you pay attention to all of my tabs that's open, these are things that have happened. Cyclist is a different story, right? You're wearing something because it helps, right? And it in cycling, I can sort of understand it. I do not understand it when you go to the gym. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. You should not be going to the gym wearing fucking pants that is skin tight. If you're a girl, different fucking story, right? Different story. Being a girl, it's lovely. We all appreciate the fact that you're going to the gym wearing pants that may as well not be there, right? Being a guy, on the other hand, not the same thing. Not the same thing at all. Blizzard is the dumpster fire that keeps on giving, no matter how bad you want it to stop. I mean, I legitimately wanted to stop. I was legitimately ready to go, screw it, I'm done. I'm over, right? I'm over this. It just... they keep fucking up. Like, things keep going bad. I don't know what's going on there. Why is there no one at Blizzard that says, hey, let's just be honest. Let's just come out and say everything that we've done wrong. You know, put it all out. Make like a single D-Day, right? That's dump day. And on that day, we're just going to dump everything that we've ever done wrong. And then we're going to apologize and we're going to move on. But it feels as if it's just one thing after the other. It's a snowball that just keeps rolling down the hill. Puppy Shango, how you doing? Just go work out in a Snorlax onesie, and then no one can tell how fat you are underneath. I don't think I can hide the fact that I'm fat. Nor would I even try to. Nor would I even try to. Super Said, how you doing? What's up is Blizzard. We're going to have to cover a couple of things with Blizzard. I sort of wanted today. Blue Fairy, how you doing? I wanted to play some Wasteland today until, you know, I woke up to the news. There was the dumpster fire that is Blizzard Entertainment. And I realized, oh, I guess we're not playing video games today. It seems like Blizzard... I just told Alex as well, I am sick and tired of the news cycle. I don't want to rush videos. I like making videos in advance. I like knowing these are the videos that I'm going to be putting out next week. These are the videos that I'm going to be putting out next month. You know, I've already got most videos planned and they're being made. No problem. And then you get these news cycles, which is just like, oh my God, Alex, you have to edit this within the next hour. This is news. It has to happen fucking now, right now. And Alex goes, oh my God, I don't have time. I have so many fucking videos that I have to edit. I'll see if I can get that one to you as quickly as humanly possible. And everyone's just in a fucking flat spin. Shit list right now, not gonna lie. Why is Alex on your shit list? Working, so I missed it. Malagas will go through it, I promise. We are gonna go through it. Sorry for that, Echo. I just thought to give heads up. Heads up about what, Digit? You'd have been fucking dirty in the Star Wars vid? He has the power, Apocalypse. He has the power. You know not to piss him off. You fucking know what happens when you piss him off. Because at the end of the day, he has the final word on what the audience gets to see. So, you know, that's your fucking problem about the Blizzard link on Discord from yesterday night. Digit, you don't have to apologize. I love the fact that people are sending me links and keeping me informed. You're not the only one, by the way. I have DMs coming up my ass from people informing me about everything that's happening as it's happening. I don't even have to open the internet. I just watch my DMs and I'll get all the news as it happens when it happens. I do appreciate that. It's just, it's a lot, right? And it just means I have to rush the whole time. Minion, how you doing? Did you hear Gene O'Neill answer that one question on the earnings call? I did not. What question did she answer? Hey, I would love to have a private fucking investigator. Like a private group of investigators. People who just look up shit. That would be my dream. We're basically, myself and Alex, we're saving up now and sort of building towards hiring a second editor because we need a second editor. We're pushing out currently, as things stand, every week we're pushing anywhere from 30 to 35 videos, right? I make all 35 of those videos and Alex edits all 35 of those videos. Now, I don't mind making the videos. I can pump out videos very quickly. Editing obviously slows down considerably. And then we have plans for more videos that we want to do. Like, if all my plans work out, we'll probably reach a point of about anywhere from 45 to 50 videos a week on multiple channels. So it's not on one channel. We have 2 channels already. This will just be another channel added. We'll probably push more videos as well. But we can't do any more. Like, we're literally at the point where Alex can't do more videos. He's weak. That's it. That's all he can fucking do. I do have 3 channels, but I don't count the live stream VOD channel as a channel because there's no effort in it. I literally take my live stream VODs, I upload them, I export them to YouTube, and I make them live, right? So that's like, that doesn't count. That doesn't count as content, I think. CCS, we only just started. We started about 10 minutes late. So while the investors are hiring a shitload of private investigators to crawl up Bobby Kotick and Blizzard's asses to find out what they had for lunch for the past year. Good. However, it's very good, by the way. Anyone that thinks that that's not a good thing, it's a brilliant thing. Because if there's one thing that can get a company to fucking fly right, it's shareholders suing. Right? Bobby Kotick couldn't give 2 fucks about us. Let's be honest. Let's you and me be very honest about this. Bobby Kotick could not care less about you or I. But if he gets sued, different story, right? Completely different story. Because suddenly he's in the shitter, and that is a problem for him, right? The word can contain the might of another Alex. Well, we need another Alex. We don't have a choice. We need another Alex. Clone Alex, problem solved. While the investigators are hiring... fuck. I'm so out of it. I do apologize, guys. I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with me, but I genuinely could not fall asleep. Thoughts in our direction, but the investigators are a whole nother story. Yeah, when you have investors suing you, that's usually a bad thing because they can close your company. Investors can sue you for billions upon billions of dollars, right? To the point where they basically sue you into bankruptcy if they can prove that you obviously lost them that money on purpose. Ferorius, how you doing, brother? Not enough sexy time? Blue Fairy, no sexy time. But yeah, it's definitely too much caffeine. I've been drinking coffee like a fucking madman ever since I've gone back on coffee. I've just been enjoying it so much. But yeah, I should stop earlier at night. Like I should stop at around 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Not drinking coffee anymore. So that when I go to bed at like 4 a.m., hopefully most of the caffeine has gotten out of my system. All right. Matt and a Yak, thank you for the Prime Sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 25 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What coffee are you drinking? Jacobs at the minute. I'm drinking some Jacobs coffee. You guys know I don't drink snobbish coffee. I don't give a fuck about machine coffee. I don't care about filter coffee. I don't like it. It doesn't taste nice to me. I prefer normal powdered coffee. That's my preference when it comes to coffee. It tastes nice. It's nice and smooth. It's perfect. There will be a 9th season of The Blacklist. Will there be a 9th season? But she's dead. Spoiler alert. Devil Anus. I almost wanted to say Devil Anus, but I'm assuming it's Devlin Oars, which is Devlin Australian. Thank you very much for the sub, dude. Really, for the follow, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Twitch Taste Raid. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know, just rate the news today. I hate the fact that they're going to make a 9th season. Because, sure, Raymond Reddington is a great character, and James Spader plays it absolutely amazing, and that would work. But we need Agent Keen. The show needs Agent Keen. The fact that Agent Keen is dead, although maybe Agent Keen isn't dead. Maybe this is another big fucking, like, twist. You guys know there's always some kind of twist. Give me a good instant black coffee over the fancy coffee. I prefer instant coffee, nice powdered coffee, brilliant. Dylan, how you doing, bro? Oh my god, I'm like 6 episodes in. Spoilers, help. Devil, I do apologize, but it's not going to matter because that's not the spoiler. That's not the spoiler. Don't worry about it. As long as I don't tell you how it all happens, it's not a spoiler. Believe me, the how is, you'll figure out by the time it gets close to there, you're already going to know that it's going to happen, right? It's the how that's the spoiler. Blacklist without Keen will go downhill. Agreed. But Blacklist is one of the most amazing fucking shows ever. And anyone who doesn't agree can fucking fight me. I am willing to fight you on that. First and foremost, Elizabeth Keen is hot as balls, right? Although I don't like her dress sense. She could dress a little sexier, right? But she is hot as fuck. And James Spader may be the perfect criminal mastermind ever. He might just be the best criminal ever. Like the way he does it, you can't help but fucking like him. Never seen it, so I'm just being an ass. Saving Raven, watch it. You'll love it. You will absolutely love it. All right, so shall we get into the news? Would you guys like to discuss the news? Devlin Season 1 is a lot of setup. And a lot of it is sort of setting up the rest of the show. So, yes, the seasons just get better. This is not what I would consider, you know, those shows where you have season 1 that's sort of like the best, and then maybe you'll have a season 2 or a season 3 that might be a little bit better, but there's some seasons just absolutely horrible. The only season that was a little bit boring, but only because of one episode, I think was season 8 or season 7 actually, was because of its final episode. This was straight in COVID, right? And that was a little bit boring. Like, didn't much like that episode, but the rest of the season was absolutely amazing. Every single season of the show is absolutely amazing. It's very cool. Yo, your beard is fucking amazing. Donate, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much for the first time chat. Okay, sweet. Good to know. Your COD tournament lost T-Mobile sponsorship. It's gone from their page. Yeah. Yeah. Is that beard for sure? I mean, the beard could probably fill an entire episode by itself. Watched the old Stargate movie recently, and I'm not used to seeing James Spader with hair. I first came in contact with James Spader in Boston Legal. How many people have watched Boston Legal? Now, I fell in love with James Spader in Boston Legal. Danny Crane. I fucking love Danny Crane. But I fell in love with James Spader and with what's his name? Fucking Danny Crane's actor. I don't know. But anyways, I fell in love with him in Boston Legal. So now whenever James Spader is in any sort of series, William Shatner, that's the one. If he's in any sort of series, I have to watch it. He's one of my favorite like TV actors. Where is season 8 streaming? Oh, just borrow it from the internet. That's what I do, Omi. I just borrow it from the internet if I need it. All right, let's get into the stories for today. There's a couple of things that we have to talk about. There's quite a bit that we have to talk about. But we are going to start... We're going to start, as we always do, with Mr. Kotick. Because, of course, we... why wouldn't we? Plugging the socials. Well, you guys should know to follow me on Twitter and follow me on Instagram. Even though I don't do Instagram quite often and I don't know exactly how to Instagram. But you should definitely follow the Discord if you haven't already. Zalaris, thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, what happened with Blue? I worked till 12 today and then have court to go to. Shoot me. What are you doing at court? What is it that you're doing at the courtroom? When hot tub stream? Jury Carver soon. Pay me $1,000 and I'll do a hot tub stream right now. Maybe ask Echo. I want to know what Blue is doing at the courthouse. My kid's dad being a selfish dick. Nothing major. Ah. I thought it was jury duty. I would never go to jury duty if I had to. I would just be... I would sabotage any and all opportunities to try and get me onto jury duty. I would literally sit there and say whatever it is that I need to say to get out of jury duty. Like, they would go, would you convict someone that murdered someone? I'd be like, nah. No. Maybe he just felt like it. You know, you never know. And then they'd be like, oh, no, we don't want this guy. And then I'll fuck off and go do something else. Apparently, that's how you can get out of jury duty. Just be as biased as humanly fucking possible. And then you don't get to be a jury or on the jury. Anyways, okay, so we have to start, as we always do, with Mr. Kotick. Why do we have to start with Mr. Kotick? Because if there has ever been a sphincter in the middle of this asshole that is Blizzard Entertainment, then it has absolutely have to be Mr. Bobby Kotick. If you look at the guy, he looks like a sphincter. He's just a weird guy, right? He is just a weird guy. But of course, Mr. Bobby Kotick, as he will be known from this moment forward, he had an opening statement yesterday with the earnings call for Blizzard Entertainment, where he made the following statements. I want to start by making clear to everyone that there is no place at our company where discrimination, harassment, or unequal treatment of any kind will be tolerated. Of course, what Bobby Kotick means here is up until now. So, it was okay, like 2 weeks ago, right? But starting today, touching other people's peepees or boobies is no longer okay. They've turned over a new leaf. They're now starting from scratch. No more touching peepees. No more touching boobies. From now on, this company is on the fucking straight and narrow, right? That's, of course, what Mr. Bobby Kotick means by saying this. Nowhere, which I'm assuming means nowhere, right? So there's not even going to be special touchy rooms at Blizzard Entertainment. Nowhere is where people are allowed to touch boobies and peepees. We so appreciate the current and former employees who have come forward in the past and recent days with courage. I want to reiterate the commitments we have made to you. Our work environment everywhere we operate will not permit discrimination, harassment, or unequal treatment. As of 2 weeks ago, we will be a company that sets an example for this in our industry. How about you just be a company that don't fucking do it? Why do you want to set an example for the industry? Maybe if you don't do that fucked up shit, and every other company goes, we won't do that fucked up shit, then no one has to be the beacon that lights the way for the rest of the industry, because this shit will just not happen in the rest of the industry. Now, of course, make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, the Activision Blizzard King developers, they didn't fall for this bullshit, right? They did not think that his opening statement did nearly enough to address the proper concerns that they had. And the demands that they have made. Now, I will say this. Most of you know my stance on unions and the fact that unions are almost always in it for themselves. They are businesses after all, and they couldn't give two fucks about the employees at a company. They more so just care about the money that they can make, right? Most of you should know this already. But the Activision King people actually banded together to form what can be described as a sort of in-house union, if you will. Now, we won't talk about the numbers because there is a couple of things that's troubling me around the numbers for the walkouts and stuff. For example, the actual document was only signed by about 3,000 employees, right? Their document was signed by 3,000 employees. Now, before you go, Akron, that sounds like a lot of signatures. It's not, though. Considering that there's 6,000 people working at Blizzard Entertainment, that's 50% of the workforce that have signed this. But now look at the people that walked out. There was 500 people that walked out. So the people that signed the document, why weren't all of them there for the walkout? So that is sort of a problem. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. I think... So my personal opinion on this is that there's a lot of demands that's now being made by some of the people working for Blizzard that no longer represents the vast majority of people at Activision Blizzard, right? The people that genuinely just want to change and want people to feel safe at work. Things are now actually getting worse. Before you go, Minion, walkout, no pay. Activision Blizzard made it clear from the beginning that every employee that wishes to take part in the walkout will be paid. So it's not like their pay would be docked. Activision said from the beginning, you'll get paid, no problem. So there's that, right? All right, so let's quickly look at their demands, and I'll tell you what I have some problems with here. We communicated a list of 4 demands aimed at protecting our most vulnerable workers. These are an end to forced arbitration and employment agreements. I don't think a lot of people understand that forced arbitration is not always something that companies do for themselves. Forced arbitration, in a lot of cases, actually goes to help the workers because it's free. In most cases, companies will pay the arbitration fees, and so a worker can simply go to arbitration to solve their issues, whereas court cases tend to be extremely expensive, right? That's the failure of the justice system. Not everyone has the money to go to court, and even if you did have the money, you have to understand that a company like Activision Blizzard could keep you in court for literal years. Now, does it protect the company? Absolutely. But I don't think that forced arbitration is always a bad thing. Maybe it shouldn't be forced, though. Maybe it should be one of the avenues available. But there's a lot of companies that actually do forced arbitration, right? And it is my understanding after talking to a lawyer friend that forced arbitration is not actually something, it's not a bad thing. A lot of companies do it actually in good faith, right? It is to save employees money, and it is to ensure that things are handled as swiftly as humanly possible by arbitrations or by arbitrators. All right, so number 2, and this is actually the one thing I have the biggest issue with, the adoption of inclusive recruitment and hiring practices. Now, Blizzard have already come out, Activision Blizzard have already come out, and they've said they have instructed all of their recruitment officers to increase the diversity on the application lists, right? Now, before I even go into it, let me quickly ask chat, how many of you are for or against inclusive recruitment and hiring practices? How many of you are for or against this? It does depend on what you mean. I just want to get sort of a gauge of what chat is thinking, because it seems like chat has died. It seems like the members of chat's not talking. Hiring for the sake of diversity seems stupid. Just hire for the base person for the job, regardless of color, gender. I take a nuanced stance. Just hire the base people for the job. Nope, don't like what based people for base job. Sorry, working. I'm not against it if they choose the most talented one. It's good to have inclusivity, but it should be based on work quality. Seems dead. Skill and passion over looks. Just that. All right, so this is why I said I have a problem with number 2 on this list. Activision Blizzard already addressed this by saying that they've instructed their recruitment officers to get as diverse a portfolio of people before they hire, right? So get people from different races, different cultures, different backgrounds, different genders. And once you have a full list of people, of say 20 people of very varying differences, now you choose the right person for the job, right? This is where you go, okay, who is the best person out of this group? I agree with that. I think that's a good way of doing it. The problem with what the Workers Alliance wants is they want inclusive recruitment and hiring practices, which means they rejected what Activision Blizzard said. They don't want that. What they want is hiring based on gender, based on race, which to me is a racist stance. This is racism. Because basically what you're saying is people should be viewed as their race first or their gender first. I'm sorry, no. Martin Luther King did not walk for that. When MLK took to the streets and basically won one of the biggest battles in the history of mankind for human rights, he wasn't standing there going, you should judge people absolutely based on the color of their skin. No, he said that you should judge me based on the contents of my character. So who am I? Not what do I look like? Who am I? So I don't agree with this. And Activision Blizzard themselves have come out and said this is not feasible. What you are asking of us is not feasible. And it makes sense, because if you run this sort of recruitment and hiring practices, what's generally going to happen from that moment moving forward, right? The company is going to either not have enough people to employ, because for every white person that they hire, they're going to have to hire, say, one black person, one brown person, one purple person, go through the entire fucking color spectrum, right? Everyone will have to be hired. Now, what happens if, say, for example, you have 9 black people that is amazing at, say, game design, right? And then you have 9 white people that's amazing at systems design. What do you do now, right? You can't hire all 9 for all 9 things. So now you're stuck in this thing of, I don't know who to hire, because I don't need everyone. But if I'm going to hire 9 of this group, at the end of the day, I also think that it's an incredibly condescending thing to the person that's being hired. I've made this clear yesterday. If I know that I'm getting the job only because of my looks, so I am getting the job because I'm male and I'm white, I would not take the job. I would feel insulted by that. I would feel insulted by it. So as far as I'm concerned, just absolutely fucking no. 3, increases in pay transparency through compensation metrics. I don't know. I don't know what this means, to be fair. Increases in pay transparency through compensation metrics. What is it that they're looking for in this? I agree that there should be pay transparency, but a lot of people don't want their pay to be public. So what do you do with that thing? Like, if someone doesn't want their pay to be public knowledge, then are we just saying fuck the guy that doesn't want his pay to be public? I don't know. The last 1 year is actually the one thing that I unequivocally agree with, 100%. A third party should be involved in auditing Activision Blizzard. And I would actually say that you can solve the first 3 problems here just by doing number 4. If you did number 4, say once every 2 years, these first 3 would never become a problem. My personal opinion. But they would never become a problem. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it does actually fundamentally get worse for Blizzard Entertainment. This is simply how Activision Blizzard's Bobby Kotick, Mr. Kotick, was met with these statements yesterday. It goes far deeper and it gets much fucking worse. Look at who they want to pick. The third party, though, Akalon. Oh, no. I'm not talking about their third party pick, right? Their third party pick is completely fucking useless because they're choosing a company that basically specializes in WilmerHale. They're choosing WilmerHale, which is a company that specializes in squashing shit like this, which is obviously then not a neutral party. This is why I highlighted that it must be a neutral party. Right? So the audit must be performed by a third neutral party, someone that has no skin in this game. They're just there to do the audit and get the fuck out. So no, I 100% think that WilmerHale being the third party, that's not quite neutral, right? Because WilmerHale has worked with Activision Blizzard before, right? Who do they want as the third party? Importantly, we demanded that this third party be selected by an employee-led diversity, equity, and inclusion task force. That's just gonna fail. It's been failing the whole fucking time, by the way. I don't know if you guys have seen the woke eating themselves. It's happening more and more now. Like, you can't be... The problem with woke politics is that if you're not woke enough, you get fucked. So this is most likely just gonna lead to one group not being diversified enough, another group not being equitable enough, and another group not being inclusive enough. Sounds like they want their own biased legal team instead. Well, yeah, I would not agree that they get to choose alone. They might be able... I would say that this would be okay if this group was allowed to suggest groups. Right? They can't choose the group. They can suggest the groups, then Activision Blizzard can suggest groups, and together they can decide on a group that they think is the right group for it. But then at the same time, maybe as workers, this is not your role, right? Maybe as workers, this is not your role. You're not management, therefore you don't really get a say in who audits the company, but you can absolutely reject something like WilmerHale. Right? Because WilmerHale is just, I mean, this is a fucking joke. This company is literally here to squash this thing before it even gets going. Of course, we have to talk about... there's a far bigger elephant in the room, ladies and gentlemen. Far bigger elephant in the room. And that, of course, is the earnings call. How many of you paid attention to the earnings call as and when it was happening? I actually want to do MMO Champion for this because they have a pretty good graph there. of this. Is the one. Oh, next one is definitely the one to look out for. Absolutely. The next one is going to be very, very big. Let's just quickly see here. Oh, that's such a good one, and it seems to be fucking removed. Why though? Why did you remove the good one? Okay. Anyways, we'll quickly go for this. Yeah. Well, mobile games is what Blizzard is going to become. Just by the way. Okay. So there's a couple of things that everyone needs to take note of. Activision had 127 million monthly active users in the second quarter, down from 150 million monthly active users in the first quarter, down from 128 million monthly active users in quarter 4. So it's still down, even if you exclude the standout month or the standout first quarter. It's still down from quarter 4, right? It is up though from quarter 3, which sort of makes sense, and quarter 2, which sort of makes sense. But that's a substantial drop, right? Blizzard is the more important one. Blizzard had 26 million monthly active users in the second quarter, down from 27 million monthly active users in the first quarter, down from 29 million quarter 4, down from 30 million quarter 3, and down from 32 million in quarter 1 and quarter 2 of 2020. To be clear, Blizzard, over the last, I think, 3 years, have lost monthly active users every single quarter. It's now the last 12 or something quarters that Blizzard have actively been losing monthly active users. This number, either, the number 26 million, which a lot of people pointed to and said, lol. So all of those streamers that sort of pretended like WoW is dying and people is leaving the company because the streamers are leaving the game. Lol, they barely lost the game 1 million people. Is there anyone in chat that believes that? Is there anyone in chat that looked at this and said, haha, so clearly it was just the streamers overreacting? Mr. Chop, so you believe that it was just the streamers overreacting? Or yes, you believe that too? All right, so to make this very clear to everyone that thinks that this was just the streamers overreacting and, this proves that the streamers didn't have that much of an effect, these numbers will not reflect the exodus to Final Fantasy. These numbers will not reflect the exodus thanks to the lawsuit. These numbers is for the last 3 months. This is an aggregate of the last 3 months. So a single bad month would bring the number down, but it's not going to bring the number down by that much. This is an aggregate for the last 3 months. More importantly, all of this happened within the last month. So a lot of people here still had monthly subs, active subs. A lot of people were still logging in for Korthia. A lot of people were coming back to the game, and then all hell broke loose. You want to know when these numbers are finally going to show up? Next quarter. Next quarter is going to be the spicy one. And I have a feeling that next quarter might see this number dip below 20 million for the first time in probably more than a decade. It might dip to below 20 million. Unless Blizzard can save it, right? Rory, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 10 months in a row. Thank you. Yes. Next quarter is going to be spicy AF. Because we're going to see what the lawsuit, just how much effect the lawsuit had on the monthly active users. We're also going to see just how much Korthia had on the monthly active users. And more importantly, we're going to see just how many people have left for Final Fantasy. I am happy about it, Aureus. I'm very happy about it. And not because I want World of Warcraft to die. It's because if this number does not go down, Blizzard will never realize that they have to pull their finger out of their ass. If this number does not reflect immediately, Blizzard will continue to push the shit down our throat that they've been pushing for the last 4 years. Things will not get better. Blizzard needs to start recognizing that, oh my god, our games are dying. Once they realize that, they'll start fixing it. They'll start listening to the player base. They'll start giving the player base what they've wanted this whole time. But until that number goes down, Blizzard's never going to realize that. So the issue that I have with a slow decline or maybe no decline for a couple of quarters is it keeps going. If the number doesn't go down enough, it's not going to be the shock that Blizzard needs to get back up on their feet, right? Blizzard needs a shock. They need that moment of going, oh, cunt. Okay, we need to fix this shit. We need to fix the shit. This is not going well, right? Unless that happens, Blizzard will just continue doing what they're doing, because why would they give a fuck? People are still playing. There's still at least 26 million people playing. They're making more money than ever before. Just want to point that out. Blizzard is making more money than they've ever made before, right? With fewer people. They keep fucking hitting their goals. They keep making incredible amounts of money, even though they keep losing players, which means they are just getting better at monetizing the people that stay. That's it. They are getting better and better at monetizing the sheep, so that the sheep, so that the sheep effectively just pays more and more. Less players doesn't matter for a bit, Aureus. For a bit. You see, the problem the mistake that you're making there, 1 million less or 2 million less doesn't matter, because there's still more than enough millions to basically monetize into perpetuity. 5 million, 6 million less, now it becomes a real problem. You see, because at some point, Blizzard's main drive, the main thing that drives Blizzard's income at the moment is the cash shop token, right? Not the cash shop itself. The cash shop for Blizzard Entertainment is a weak cash shop at best. Vast majority of people don't really buy the shit on the cash shop. The token is where Blizzard makes all of its money. Now, the only way the token keeps making their money is if there's people willing to buy the token with gold. You see, the whales is one thing, and the whales spend a shit ton of money buying tokens to put on the auction house so that they can get gold to buy their boosts. The only reason the token at the moment works is because there's people who's willing to pay gold for the token so that they can buy stuff from the cash shop or pay for their monthly sub. If that number goes down, that's the number that breaks the system. If that number dips low enough, the token loses all of its value. The token goes down the shitter immediately. The token loses all of its value because there's no one willing to buy the token. There's no one left to buy the token. So then people stop buying the token because the token no longer pays out any gold. Then this whole cash shop just comes crashing down into the fucking ocean. Nothing really left. That's the system. That's how the system is designed to work. Those tokens are not Blizzard taking a hit. Those tokens are not Blizzard losing money. Blizzard makes money on every single one of those tokens. Talik, the problem with Blizzard just giving out the gold is it's not going to work for long. Right? It's not going to work for long because your player base is still declining, right? So all that's going to do. So let's imagine a world where Blizzard is like, okay, no one's buying the token anymore, but we'll just give them the gold. We'll give them 200k, right? For every token. Even if no one is buying the token, we'll still give the 200k token. Now you've just basically moved the problem a bit further down the line. I mean, the problem still exists, right? You still don't have players. The problem is now just being moved a little bit further down the line because eventually you no longer get people that boost because they've also stopped playing, right? So your boosters start falling off. And before people go, that will never happen, Preach have already quit World of Warcraft. Breach would have been one of those that would have boosted. I'm not saying he did boost, but it's high-level Mythic players that boost, right? So at the end of the day, you're just moving the problem further down the road, but the problem is still going to come crashing down. At some point, you're going to have to pay the piper. That's just, these are just facts. Nothing you can do about it. At some point, it's all going to come crashing down. And that is when this number gets low enough. When this number gets low enough, the system crashes in on itself. Friends list in WoW looks the same as it did 5 months ago, but your experience is completely subjective and therefore not even close to realistic. The reason your experience does not count, Aureus, is you are happy playing World of Warcraft. It stands to reason that you would surround yourself with friends who are happy to play World of Warcraft. Therefore, you and your friends would literally not be considered a threat to Blizzard. You would be the people that they would keep monetizing. My friends list is empty. And I'm not just friends with my own friend, like with my friends. I'm friends with viewers of the channel. There's almost never anyone online. Like, at most, there's about 4 or 5 people online. My friends list is completely fucking grey for the rest of it. So many guilds have been destroyed. Or yes, and I'm not talking about just small guilds. I'm talking about guilds, people who have messaged me saying their entire guild is dead. Their guild is dead. They can no longer raid. There's 2 people left in their guild. Everyone else have quit the game. You have guilds that are falling apart, struggling to get members in. So at that point, your limited view, your subjective story no longer matters. Because you and your friends playing, Activision loves you. You're probably buying WoW tokens, you're probably buying shit off the cash shop, you're probably signing up for 6-month subs. You're making Activision a lot of money. You are seen as the whales that Activision sort of builds their game on right now, right? That is not the overall experience for the vast majority of people. And Aureus, considering that the whole thing is sharded, it makes sense that you would see a whole lot of people. Because you can't see every single shard. You don't even know how many shards there is. So the chances are there's maybe just 1 or 2 shards, and that's the shard that you're in right now. Pow, I would say creative use of words, but of course the words were someone else's first. I would also suggest that you probably only just arrived in the channel, and therefore you're not even part of the conversation at all. You don't know what the conversation is. You just sort of thought, fuck it, I'll just throw stuff in here because I don't know what's going on. But then again, I rate the title, and therefore surely I must understand exactly what we're talking about here. Anyways, now I play on a very populated server. I do too. I play on one of the largest servers in EU, Kazakh, and it is pretty fucking empty. So, sure. Then again, I haven't logged in for a really long time. I haven't logged in for almost 2.5 weeks. Last time I did log in was just after Korthia launched, and it was not busy. I remember when Korthia first went live, I used to play and there would be shit tons of people in Korthia. Last time I logged into Korthia, I think I saw 1 person throughout my entire time in Korthia. So, again, individual experiences do not matter. You cannot tell me that Blizzard isn't losing subscription or players if they're not fucking... Like, they're literally down. They're literally down. So you're saying there's no one quitting the game because I still see a lot of people online. No. Sorry. What's the English word for it? There's a beautiful English word for this. When you provide evidence that's completely subjective. Starts with an A. No. A evidence. Something A evidence. Anecdotal. Thank you. Anecdotal evidence is always rejected wherever you find it because it's unscientific and therefore doesn't matter, because anecdotal evidence is informed by your biases. So you may actually literally see fewer people now than you've ever seen before. However, because you're biased and in favor of Blizzard Entertainment, you will convince yourself that you are seeing more people, or at least the same amount of people, because you don't want your biases to fall apart. The fact of the matter is, World of Warcraft is... It's a mess. It's a horrible fucking game. The story is the only thing that keeps it going, and even that's going down the shitter. But as a game, World of Warcraft might be one of the worst games at the moment in the gaming industry. By a mile. By a mile. The worst game in the gaming... Also the biggest ripoff, because it's one of the most expensive games in the gaming industry, but it literally does not provide any of the money that you pay for it. It's a horrible game. It's absolutely atrocious. As a game, I could not understand why people actually play it. I genuinely do not understand it. I'm not judging, by the way. People can play it. Everyone likes different things. But if you think you're getting your money's worth, then... Okay. Anyways, let's just leave it at that. The monthly earnings call is not good. It doesn't look good for Blizzard, and this is not the quarterly earnings call. This is not the full picture. This picture is going to pop the fuck off soon. In the next quarter, we'll see just how bad this can actually get. But why don't people say it's the worst before this drama that happened in the company? Mr. Chop. What? Myself, Pyromonster, Balula, Preach, Asmongold. I'm trying to think who else. I have been saying that it's the worst game since BFA. Like, Matt Season show, we've been saying that the game is absolutely fucking horrible since BFA. And now you're saying, but now you all just sort of, now, once the drama happened, now you're... The drama was the final thing. That's why a lot of people have quit the game. A lot of people stuck with the game, hoping that it's going to get better, hoping that things are going to change, and then this shit happened. Then all of this shit happened. And as soon as it happened, a lot of those people that were already very fucking unhappy with the game said, I'm out. Fuck it. Okay, this is the last thing. I tried to stick around. I tried to tell you how to save the game. I tried to teach you. I tried to inform you about the things that we like, dislike. You clearly you don't give a fuck. So now I'll just go play something else. So it was literally just the catalyst. It was the spark that lit the fire. I would say neither ASL or BFA. In fact, if Blizzard cancelled Shadowlands and BFA tomorrow, deleted the servers and deleted all of the game files, I'd be happy. I'd be like, okay, cool. At least we don't have to deal with that shit anymore. So really, to say that Shadowlands over BFA, between Shadowlands and BFA, you're basically choosing between two bowls of shit. You can either eat the dog shit or you can eat the rat shit. You're still getting shit, right? You're still eating crap. Maybe you can just choose a different flavor. You're not really, like, you know... It's not as if I'm offering you a bowl of fucking Skittles and a bowl of shit. I'm offering you two bowls of shit and saying choose one. Because, yeah, the game is worse than it's ever been before, at least in my opinion. At least during WoD, I could raid without their fucking bullshit systems getting in the way of my raiding. Now I can't even raid because the systems is all over the place. There are still people having fun in WoW. Yeah. But those people would have more fun if the game went free to play, because it's not like they're playing the active content. Those people are playing old content. So they may as well just go free to play at this point. because whether Blizzard brings out new content or not, it's not going to affect the people that's still enjoying the game, because they spend 75-80% of their time in the old world, not in the new one, right? But how can the game be bad when they added 40 plus new mounts in the last patch? You mean recolors and reskins? Sure. Last time I played, it was literally just doing old Legion content. Paying $15 for a virtual forum, basically. New PvP season or not new content in your eyes? New PvP season is absolutely, definitely not new content. Because where's the new content with the PvP season? Can you point out what the new PvP, like, what is the new, what's the new content there? The new raid is new content, but in terms of how much content it is, it's negligible. No, but PvP would be PvP even without seasons. If you remove the seasons, PvP would still be PvP. You literally said seasons. So, what does the seasons turn the PvP into? That's not content. If every new season came with new arenas or a new battleground or something to that effect, yes, that would be content. It's not content. It's just a battle pass system. That's all the season is. It's a battle pass system. Get to ranking X and get some fucking mount that's just a reskin and recolor of a different mount that we've already had in the game for years and years and years. That's nothing new. Okay, Diablo Seasons is perhaps the biggest ripoff in the history of the world. The vast majority of people did the Diablo Seasons until they realized, oh wait, Blizzard is fucking skamazing me. I guess I'll stop playing. Don't use the Diablo Seasons. I mean, the Diablo Seasons is Blizzard basically kicking Diablo players in the face and going, who gives a fuck about you? So... There's not nearly as many as you might think, bro. It's not where it was in the first few seasons of the game. The seasons were supposed to bring with it new content. That was the promise when Blizzard introduced the seasons in the first place. They very quickly decided, fuck it. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Right? We won't give them any new content. We'll just reset the game effectively. That's not content. Also, you're comparing apples to oranges. Because what you're doing is you're taking a game that is meant to be replayed and replayed, an ARPG, and you're trying to compare it to an MMORPG. That's like saying, oh, but hold on, if you don't like redoing content, then surely, what about Hades? What about all the roguelike games? That's content that you just... By the way, I had a fucking moron in my comment section that literally wanted to make that argument that World of Warcraft World Quests is content, new content every single day, because look at Hades, look at all the roguelike games out there. Congratulations, you've literally just compared apples to oranges and trying to make a fucking point. You can't compare seasons to seasons in two different games, Boreas, because it's still not an apples to apples comparison. Because, okay, well, if we're comparing seasons to seasons, then I would say that the World of Warcraft PvP season, there's more content in winter than there is in the World of Warcraft PvP season. We are, after all, just comparing seasons, right? So that would be a fair comparison. At least with winter, the leaves fall, the place gets a little bit grayer, you know, the graphics change entirely, the temperature changes entirely. So, you know, that's what we could do then, right? No one said you have to stop talking, but I'm not going to shut up if you're comparing apples to oranges and then trying to make a point based on two different games. You stopping talking, you can do that. If that's what you want to do, by all means, go for it. But you can't expect me to sit back and go, oh yeah, good fucking point. Let's compare Diablo to World of Warcraft. One is literally about the loot, and the other one is supposed to be about a story, an RPG, an actual progression system. Resetting progression is not progression. It's just a carrot on a stick. Anyways, let's move on because we've covered this, so I'm not going to go through this again. We've covered the new, Jane and Mike that just joined the company, which, Alex is on fire. How you doing, brother? No, not yet. I'm sort of, I've been leveling my Dark Knight this whole time. This might be a good move. I'll say that. I think this is a good move. Is there anyone that disagrees with this? I'm not doing endgame yet, no. I do think co-leaders is a good thing. Yes, I do not disagree, but I have read a lot, seems to be. They seem to be good enough to actually run the company. I have my doubts about Mike because he seems to enjoy modern-day World of Warcraft, which means that for those of us that hate modern-day World of Warcraft, we may as well go fuck ourselves. The game's probably not going to change. But all in all, I think this is a good move. This may actually bring some well-needed change to the culture that exists in World of Warcraft, the toxic culture that brings that leads to the stupidity that is this game. At the moment, I will judge after I try whatever they made. I mean, we're not going to see their influence until the expansion after the next one is probably when we're going to see their influence for the first time. I do, however, want to say, though, probably worth talking about, since we're talking about Mike and Jane joining the company, becoming the co-leaders of Blizzard Entertainment. If the next expansion for World of Warcraft isn't an absolute hit, and I mean it has to be better than Legion, it has to be the best expansion Blizzard have ever made. I don't know if World of Warcraft continues to exist. I don't know. I also think that within the next week or two, we might get a message. We may get the message in the next week or so that Ian Azikostas have left the company as well. I'm not sure that Blizzard wants to make WoW a bad game, but the fact that the employees have been under such bad work and unsafe environment could make it impossible to do a good job. Imagine whenever they start working on it, it is under heavy pressure, late on release schedule, players unsubbing until next patch, content creators and streamers asking for new content, corporate demanding money revenue, all that happening while leaders are being accused of sexual and work harassment. Pig, absolutely agree with you, by the way. The circumstances under which some of the developers at Activision Blizzard had to work is obviously not conducive to a good working environment, or you're going to find it very hard to make any real fucking content that is good, right? That said, though, I don't think anyone ever wants to make a bad game. The problem within Blizzard is that it appears as if the developers themselves do not know what a good game would look like, because it feels as if the developers themselves do not play World of Warcraft. That's at least the feeling that I get whenever I look at World of Warcraft. It feels as if the developers for World of Warcraft do not know what a good game looks like. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do. Maybe I don't even know, because I realize that there's always going to be people that sort of want to see the best in Blizzard. But from where I'm sitting, based on the last two expansions, that's not the feeling that I get, that Blizzard knows what the community wants. Ian is probably going to leave. Right, I did play Classic when it was Classic. I also played Classic for a short while when it first came out. I don't want to go back. Right now, Also, Pig, on your message, just quickly want to point out, I have it on very good authority that the way World of Warcraft is developed right now, and I think it was Balila that spoke about this, but the way World of Warcraft is developed is there's a small group of people, right, who decide on the systems and the rewards for the new expansions, and then the rest of the people are simply informed that this is what they have to do, right? This is what they're going to work on. So if that group of people isn't fired or asked to leave, then we're probably going to end with the same expansion every single time, the same mistakes every single time, because that group does not fucking learn from their own mistakes. They refuse to learn from their own mistakes. Now, of course, Jane and Mike could not have chosen a worse time to take over Blizzard Entertainment. You have shareholders that is now suing Activision Blizzard. I told you guys, the title of this stream isn't called From Worst to Fucking Terrible for no reason. It's because shit's getting bad. When I say bad, I mean real bad. When shareholders sue you for failure to uphold your fiduciary responsibility, that's not a good thing. Because these shareholders can basically sue you for absolute fucking billions, right? They can sue you for everything that they had lost. And if your company can't afford to pay that, you're filing for bankruptcy. So these shareholders are angry because they're losing money by the fucking day. I mean, over the last 6 months, they're down 13%. They're down 15% over the last month. Over the last 5 days, they're down 6%, right? And over the last day, they're finally breaking even though it's probably going to trend downwards. It's sort of, that's the trend. You can see it's going down. So it's probably going to fall even further today, right? The shareholders are angry. They're angry because of the actions of Activision Blizzard and them losing money, which can cause serious trouble for them, right? That's not the worst part, though. That's not the worst part. T-Mobile have just pulled their sponsorship. T-Mobile, by the way, is Activision Blizzard's biggest non-gaming sponsor for esports. And T-Mobile have quietly pulled their sponsors from Overwatch and Call of Duty Esports League. Balaptica, it doesn't really matter that everything is falling because Activision Blizzard is ahead of the fall. The market, I think, right now is down 7%, 7 point something percent. Activision Blizzard is down 15%, right, over the last 6 months. So they're basically doubling the market average. So it doesn't matter that the market is down. Activision Blizzard is leading the market in its downturn. Facepalm, everyone is jumping ship and grabbing what money they can on the way out, it seems. Balaptica, if you understand the market, you would know that a jump up on a single day today isn't necessarily a strange thing. Because, okay, so if I'm an investor in Activision Blizzard, I don't hold stock in Activision Blizzard, just to be very clear. I've sold my stock in Activision Blizzard almost a year ago at this point, mainly because I no longer trusted the company in general. But let's imagine that I was, right? So I would probably not go to the 5 day even. I would go to the 1 month scheme, right? And I would say, okay, so it's dropped, it's sort of retracted, it dropped, sort of sideways, dropped. And I would go, okay, I might see an upward trend here, right? These are short-term traders, right? So these upticks are usually caused by short-term traders. This is a guy that's looking there, right? He's watching this and he's thinking to himself, this is pretty low. if I buy in now, I could ride the wave a little bit up, right? And then I could sell. So these are people trying to buy the dip and sell the top, right? It always happens. It always happens. And it's usually companies that have billions of dollars that can sort of affect the market. So they buy a crazy amount of stock, it ticks up a little, and then they sell the stock again, right? All time would teach you nothing. All time teaches you nothing. Galactica. No one ever looks at all time when they're making trades, because the stock market itself have grown over those periods to the point where it is now. So all time is not going to teach you anything. Yes, it's lower than when it started. Who fucking knew? Of course it's lower than when it started, right? And is it as low as it's ever been? No, it hasn't. But you also have to understand that it was during this time that the entire market was taking a massive dump, right? And it was caused by the Federal Reserve, because the Federal Reserve tried to basically get interest rates to about 2.5%, and it almost caused a global financial recession, right? So the market reacted to tapering. This was a taper. This was a taper tantrum. So that's where this happened. So it's not as low as it used to be, right? But you can see the fucking line down, right? It went from 90, 96, 91 to 81. So it's down $10 just in the last month. Not even a month. It's from the 23rd of July. It was at $91 on the 23rd of July. They've lost $10 since then. This is big. This is a massive, massive fucking drop. But all time would never really teach you anything. 1 year, for example, better, but still not great. You usually look at the 1 month trading view. That's where you make your decisions on whether you wish to buy or sell. Now, T-Mobile pulling out, horrible thing, right? Especially considering the fact that neither Activision or T-Mobile made any public statements on this. Maybe this is what they need to wake them up to not treating staff and customers like shit. Shadow Grove, that's why I'm covering this. I'm not covering this because I'm trying to will their demise. I'm covering this because I'm hoping that this will lead to better experiences. I'm hoping that Blizzard will rise from the ashes like a phoenix, and that the next expansion for World of Warcraft blows me away in a way that I've never experienced before, right? Yeah, they literally just bounced. Just quietly, all of their sort of posters, everything just got removed. Very quietly, they just went, no, we don't want to be a part of this. Get us out of here. Please just get us out of here. So, as far as I'm concerned, this might wake them up. Then, of course, perhaps the best news in all of this, perhaps the best news in this entire thing, is that there's finally one of the cunts at Human Resources that's left the company. Because if there's anything in all of this that's become clear to me, it's that Human Resources at Blizzard Entertainment wasn't doing their fucking jobs. Just listen to this. Another current employee with the company for over 5 years tells Axios that after she was physically assaulted by one employee, her report to HR was met with instant skepticism. One of the things the HR rep commented on was that she was surprised I wasn't crying or I wasn't more hysterical. Furthermore, the source says there were no measures put in place to protect her at work. Instead, Blizzard encouraged her to work from home or switch departments. Yes, just get away from the guy that wants to touch your boobies. A move she says felt more like punishment. When she spoke to HR again, however, a representative told her he's really sorry and he really wants to work at Blizzard. And he says that you were really friendly with him. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please explain to me how this is in any way, shape, or form what HR should act like. Please explain to me how the fuck you say this sentence to an employee. He's really sorry. He's apologized. Plus, you know, if we make this a big deal, he's going to lose his job. All he did was touch your pee-pee. Plus, he says that you were kind of, you know, you were kind of friendly. You were smiling at him, which sort of means that he's allowed to touch your boobies, right? Right? What the fuck, dude? So it's good that JC Meshuk, whatever the fuck he's called, is out of HR, right? He was one of the top executives at HR, and I think thank fuck, right, is all I can say about this guy. I'm glad that he's gone, because he clearly did not do his job. The role of HR departments, as much as most people are uninformed about it and do not understand what HR departments are supposed to do, Zolaris, that's exactly where you're wrong. HR departments were designed, they were created to protect the company by protecting the worker. That's why they're called human resources departments. Their job was to ensure that things would not get so bad for workers that it would blow back on the company. That's literally the job of the HR department. When employees have problems, the HR department takes care of those problems so that those employees do not do what the fuck they just did, right? If HR did their jobs, by the way, none of this would have happened. None of this would have happened. If the HR did their job, this lawsuit would never have happened. That's how HR protects a company. Zolaris, it doesn't matter how it actually works. It matters how it should work. If you are a company, and how do I know this? Because my brother works with the largest mines in South Africa. Their HR departments is an absolute nightmare to the CEOs. Literally, the CEO of that mine, of one of the mines in South Africa, told my brother he despises the HR department. He understands why they exist, and he wouldn't have them change anything, but he hates them because it makes his life a living fucking hell. Because every single time there's a complaint about anyone, he has to deal with it. And HR does not let go until he's dealt with the problem. That's how it's supposed to work, right? Because HR's job is to protect you from yourself. No. I was like, I have 4 brothers. My one brother is a data analyst, and he's busy doing his master's in mathematics, right? It's brother number 1. He's just younger than me 3 years. My second brother, who is younger, 6 years younger, he is a graphic designer and works for a gaming company here in Pretoria. The twins, which is, I think, 12 years younger than me, I think it's 12 years, might be less, but I think they're 12 years younger than me. The one is a data analyst, and also he has a degree in business, financial management, but he works for my other brother. And then the youngest one, he's the teacher, and he doesn't live in Pretoria. He lives in Polokwane. So 4 brothers. I've got 4 brothers too. No, all of us are from the same mother. Like 5 sons. But that's how HR departments are supposed to protect a company, is by ensuring that the actions of the company does not blow back on the company. That's how that's supposed to work, at least. So the HR department is minding its business. Void Hunter, I guess you could say that, yes. If you think about it, the fact that some decision makers at Blizzard had such power that they were able to sexually and work harass their employees and not being punished at all for years is a fertile concept which allows me to suppose that some developers might fear reprisal for saying that the game is going to the wrong way. I'm not trying to defend anyone. Oh, I 100% agree with you, by the way. I 100% agree with you. Actually, Blue Fairy, my mom didn't want any more kids. Like, she was happy with 3 sons. She never wanted a daughter, to be fair. My mother didn't want a daughter. She wanted sons. And the twins were unplanned, like completely unplanned. In fact, the twins weren't even supposed to be born. Even after they found out that she was pregnant, she had, I don't know what it's called. It was some genetic thing where the doctor basically told her, if you have these kids, there's a good chance that you and the children die. Because like her blood pressure was spiking. She was getting depression. There was internal bleeding. It was like a massive amount of shit, right, that happened. And the doctor basically told her, look, you have to abort. You have to abort. These kids will kill you or you'll kill them. But you can't have them. And so my dad was fully on board with it because he didn't want more kids either. So he was like, yeah, let's abort. My mum said no. She refused to. And so she had the twins, which was very... yeah, twins. Fucking twins. That was pretty weird. Okay, neo-libertarian views are so spot on. Also, libertarian views show us such truth that it becomes completely hilarious. Libertarians have more fun. I agree, although I'm not libertarian. You guys should get this right. I am not a libertarian. I don't agree with libertarians. I'm a step further than libertarians. I'm an anarchist. So where libertarians want small government, I want no government. So don't call me a libertarian. Even though I don't see it as an insult, I feel similar about that than what I would feel like if someone called me a conservative or liberal. I'm not any of those things. Can we not go down this rabbit hole? Grey Wolf, I don't control where chat takes the stream. You all know this already. Gotta say, your mum is a lady of steel after that. The Void Hunter. I would say she was. Yeah. Shortly after the twins were born, my dad and my mum got divorced. And even though she never, like, because... So we grew up very rich, right? First half of my life, and very poor second half of my life. So it was like, you know, after my dad left, there was no money. And I never saw her, like, let that affect her. Like, fucking never. She got a job. She worked her ass off just to try and, you know, just to try and provide as much as humanly possible. It was insane. It was insane. Doesn't kill you, makes you stronger. I agree with that. I do agree with that. She wasn't as stoic as she probably could have been. But I think she did a decent enough job, right? I think she did a decent enough job. New vid is up, but check Discord DM off cam first. What about it? Okay, I'll do that. Thank you, Alex. By the way, Ruan, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She had to have done a good job. Look at you. Luffy, I really appreciate that. I will take that as a compliment. But yes, anarchy does skip straight through libertarian ways. It's very, very close in philosophy. You are great. Love your views. Kenny S, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I think I'm one of those people that piss everyone off, right? I think that's why a lot of people don't mind my views, because you sit here as, say, a Democrat and you feel pissed off by the things that I say, but then in the same vein, you know that I'm pissing off all of the Republicans as well. So everyone's just sort of here feeling pissed off together, which is, if that's how you feel, I'm doing my job. Do you think Ian will be leaving soon? Yes. I think we'll find out within the next week. Ian is gone. Ian has stepped down as well. I don't see how Ian can stay, if I'm honest. It's an actual goal to piss off at least one person a day with pure fact. I do like pissing people off, but mainly because most people don't like being pissed off. Most people feel like they have the right not to be pissed off. And I don't agree. I don't think you have a right not to be pissed off. If anything, I think everyone should at all times be pissed off by at least something. It is up to now nothing to do with the accusations. Blade, it doesn't matter that he doesn't have anything to do with the accusations. Up until now, J. Allen Brack had nothing to do with the accusations. Fall guys are needed. Ian will be one of the fall guys. He was the leader of the World of Warcraft team. He should have known. So there's a good chance that Activision is going to come to him and say, step down, bro. Just leave. Leave quietly. Jab was the president. The 80% of all of the accusations was before Jab even became the president. So to blame Jab for the accusations would be like saying, hey, this ship, sure, it had holes in it, but you're the captain now. Even if you weren't the one who made the fucking holes, right? Jab got... I never blamed Jab for any of this. Sure, Jab should have acted probably a lot more decisively once he did become the president. But I'm under no illusions that Jab effectively got handed a sinking ship, right? And now they threw him overboard. Jab did fire Alex Afrisi Hobby, SK Bridges. So, you know, he did actually fire him. Most of them were from before Ian was leader as well. Alex fired, it doesn't matter, right? It genuinely doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, the argument, so if we're gonna be logically consistent, right? If J. Allen Brack has to go because he was the leader and therefore he should have done something about it, then Ian Hazzikostas and every other studio lead should have to go because they were the leaders of their departments, right? Then he can step down. I don't necessarily want Ian Hazzikostas to step down because, well, actually that's a lie. I think Ian is directly responsible for the state of the game, so no, he can step down. Fuck it. I don't have anything personal against Ian Hazzikostas, but I think as the game director, the lead game developer for World of Warcraft, he has done a shit job. If he got handed a ship full of fucking holes, all he's done is knock new holes into the ship. Lost in the mail. I'll insta you later about the details for sending it. Blue Fairy, I'm looking forward to it, and I do apologize for the first one being lost. I still have nothing. I still have nothing. That's the sad part of South Africa. Oh my god, if they announced that Steve Denuser is stepping down, I would throw a fucking party. Like, that would be the first ever 24-hour stream that we do on the channel. I would be so fucking happy, bro. Because that guy has... No one has done more to fuck up that fucking... the lore of that game more than Steve Denuser. I'll keep making them till you get them. I refuse to let SA Postal Service win. I mean, the SA Postal Service pretends as if they're getting better now because they're working with the Chinese government, or, well, AliExpress. But let's be fair. They're working with the Chinese government now to become better. What? Didn't you kill the guy? What guy? Why does it, is it bad that I want that to happen? Alex, are you having a stroke? The fuck are you typing? Not you, Alex is on fire. Alex, the editor? Bro, okay, so I'm gonna read exactly what Alex just typed. Why is it bad that I want that to happen? Why is it bad that I want that to happen? Alex, rewrite that fucking sentence. Why does it feel bad that I want the user to step down? It shouldn't feel bad. It should feel absolutely right. I need him to make sense. Seems like Fran Townsend has decided to delete her Twitter account. Not sure if that has any merit or anything. It does, because she put her foot in her mouth and now she's basically pretending as if it doesn't exist. Twitter is a cesspool, by the way. And I can't wait until some of this starts blowing back on some of the people that's basically been the most vocal. Because it is going to blow back. The problem with Twitter is that on Twitter, you are only as good as you as your oppression points at the time, right? If the second your oppression points is higher than someone else's, Twitter will fucking destroy you. That's the issue with Twitter. That's why Twitter is one of the worst places in the world. They won't dump Townsend. They won't dump her. Activision is using this as a guise to get more of Blizzard Entertainment. Activision is not going to change much in themselves. They are going to use this as a catalyst to get more control over Blizzard Entertainment. Foul Druid, I agree. I meant to mention Alex in that. Oh, my bad. Too many tweets. Make it twat. So on Twitter, I tend to stick with sort of lore stuff. I try to stay out of Twitter business. I genuinely try to stay out of Twitter business as much as humanly possible. Because the last thing I need is a bunch of people on my fucking timeline trying to figure out who's the biggest victim. Which is literally what Twitter is. I've already seen it, right? It's already started happening. I am biting my tongue on Twitter every single fucking day. To the point that you guys would not believe. The amount of people that have come out over the course of the last week or so. And these are people that actively tweet all the fucking time. So let's quickly see here if I can find these people. Because they're fucking always here, right? They're always on my fucking Twitter. There's one content creator, I can't name names here. Not allowed to name names because it would get me into trouble with Twitch. Twitch does not allow you to go after other Twitch content creators. I have Taliesin muted on Twitter. And not because I dislike him. I don't need someone else to push their politics down my throat when I'm not interested in your politics. So it's don't ban me from the channel. Shadowgrove, I wouldn't. Why would I do that? To be honest, I don't stick up Activision, and I'm saying this as a hypothetical thing. What if this is Activision taking control of Blizz? Is a good thing if they can sort their own games out or their shit out like this. What else can go wrong? Shadowgrove, it's possible, right? It is possible, but I would not count on it. Look at the state of Call of Duty, right? And then realize that Activision have no interest in saving in saving World of Warcraft. They just want to make more money, right? Anyways, there's a couple of content creators on Twitter that's been tweeting a bunch of things that's been pissing me off, and I've been biting my fucking tongue for a while now, right? And by the way, I'm asking just very nicely, do not start insulting other content creators. When I say that I have Taliesin on mute, that's a me thing, right? And you can feel however you want about the guy. I don't care. But I genuinely do not want other content creators to be attacked here because there are people that's fans of those content creators, and that's fine. That's perfectly okay. The only reason I have Taliesin muted on my Twitter is because the dude is uninformed, uneducated, and makes political statements that shows he's ill-fated education. And I don't want to get into debates with him, but if I see him tweeting stuff about capitalism, clearly not understanding capitalism, then I'm gonna have to fucking argue, and I don't want to argue. So I just muted him to remove the problem from my fucking life, right? It doesn't mean that I have a problem with him as a person. I actually think he would probably be a very nice person. I do think he dislikes me, though, because I think he muted me first, I think. I just muted him after I saw so many fucking political tweets that I just went, no thanks. But anyways, there's a content creator on one specific one, but there's a few of them actually, that's been tweeting things like, if you're one of the guys who goes, not all men, then you are part of the problem. They themselves have gone out of their way to basically tweet that this is a problem with all men, right? Basically generalizing all men under the blanket of the problems that's happening at Blizzard Entertainment. And I've been biting my tongue. This is why I fucking loathe Twitter. Because I keep having to bite my tongue. Because Twitter is a cesspool of the uneducated. It's people who have no education, no ability to be educated because they wouldn't have the intellectual ingenuity to even understand what good education looks like. When these people tweet things out, it is quite clear that they have gone through the public education system, and at no point that they think this is not adequate. I should probably read a little, right? They basically thought that this was the best that education could ever fucking be. My problem with the argument that men are not allowed to highlight that this is not a problem that all men suffer from is that then you are not allowed to fucking blame all men. If you are generally going to state that this is all men, then certainly men have the right to stand up and say, hey, the fuck, this is not me. You see, but the problem is that everyone wants to reduce you to an ally, and I refuse to be an ally to anyone. I have far too much self-respect for myself and for who I am to be your ally. Because you don't want an ally, you want a subservient. Ally is supposed to be two people working together towards the same goal. That's not what you want. You want me to shut the fuck up while you speak, which isn't fair, right? I won't be that for you. And if you're gonna sit there and blame all men, sure, there's men that's absolutely fucking horrible and they should be called out 100% every single time they do it. But imagine for a second if I went on Twitter and made a sort of lazy, generalized statement about women. Would anyone here think that that's fair? Would anyone here support me if I made a lazy, generalized, fucking stupid statement about women? You would all think, Akelon, what the fuck are you saying? Of course that's not true for all women. But then why is it okay when other people do it? Why is it okay when a girl goes and says, yeah, fuck all these men, look at the fucking men?
Hive mind mentality is what they want.
Deciding, thank you for the 100 bits, I'd really appreciate that, and I agree with you. These are people whose arguments are so bad. So it's not even that they want a hive mind mentality. It's the fact that their arguments are so bad that it would never stand up to scrutiny. So they silence any dissent before it can even get to the point where their arguments fall apart. I am okay. If you point me in the direction of a bad guy, I will fight that guy. I'm 6'1" and I'm a fat cunt. I can punch a few guys straight down the fucking into the ground, actually. I'll fight the guy for you. But if you're just gonna go, yeah, this is all men, get the fuck out of here. All men. Bullshit. I refuse to be lobbed with those men. I fucking refuse. And if you want to lob me with all of those men, then you can go fuck yourself too. You know what? At that point, you're on your own. I was willing to help you. I was willing to stand with you. I was willing to signal boost you. But if I'm the same as all these men, then how about you do it your fucking self? Then go at it. Then I don't give a fuck anymore. You can struggle on your own. You can sort your own shit out. And if you feel like the gaming community is not inclusive enough for you, then that's your fucking problem. Because I'm part of the problem, right? Therefore, I'll just remove myself from the fucking argument entirely. I wouldn't do that, just by the way, because I have an actual problem with people being fucking morons and not treating people with respect. But my point stands. Either you stop being generalizing assholes, or I fucking leave, right? Because I will not be reduced to a punching bag, is effectively my point. I will not be reduced to a punching bag. I think at the end of the day, it's up to good men to stand up when they see, and I don't mean men here in terms of people with a penis. I mean men as in the generalized term. It's up to good people to stand up when they see bad things fucking happening, right? You should absolutely stand up and say, not on my watch, get the fuck out, right? But the problem that I have is when you have these people who pretend like they're good people, but then they blame a group of people as if this is the entire group of people. Ladies, I have news for you. If these problems were as widespread as you thought they would be, none of you would ever be able to sleep peacefully. If it truly was the case that 95% of men were as fucking horrible as you believe, we would have no women left. Women would be fucking destroyed on this planet, because I don't know if you've noticed, but it's 50-50. There's 50% men, 50% women. If men were as bad as you think they are and as widespread as you think they are, you would all be fucked. Literally and figuratively. It's not that. It's a small percentage of men that do not understand what it means to be fucking normal, decent, functioning human beings. This is not all of us. So stop lobbing all of us into this fucking group, else you can go fuck yourself. Grabbing women in the workplace. I'm a girl. I would have laid out a man, or he would have taken a chair to the face. SK Bridges, there is, not even in the workplace, there is no place on this earth where a man has the right to grab a woman when she's not his woman, right? If it's your girlfriend and you're tapping her ass, who gives a shit? It's your girlfriend. She probably likes it. You like it. No one cares. But even if it is in a fucking club, the girl's body, right, is where your freedom ends. You have no right to take your hands and put it on that girl until such time that she invites you to do that, right? And I think a woman is well within her rights, if a guy does that, to fucking beat the crap out of him. And to be fair, if I saw a man do that, I would beat the crap out of him. Changle, the reason I don't feel like it has to be stated that it goes both ways is that the vast majority of women, and by this I mean literally the vast majority of women, would probably not do that anyways, right? Because we have to understand that most people are sort of on the same line, but there's always these outliers, right? There's always these groups that sort of just more, right? There are definitely more men, right, that do not understand that a woman's body is her own and it's her choice what she wants to do with it. So there's definitely more men that do not understand that than there are women who do not understand that a man's body is his own and you don't have the right to infringe on that, right? But I 100% agree with the sentiment that you're making there. It does go both ways. It's just very rarely that I've ever heard of women grabbing a guy without his permission. I think also because there's very few guys who actually mind that, right? If a hot girl walked up to you and grabbed you, right? The vast majority of guys would just be like, ooh. Because we are more sexual, so for us it's probably not the end of the world, right? Which that's just a male thing, I think. So it's different for girls, right? That is just a fact. It is different for girls. Girls do not feel as comfortable with that as I think men would. My opinion is there's the same amount of sexual harassment. Girls are just more outspoken of it because guys tend to not mind it. It depends what we call sexual harassment, right? Because I think it also depends on how guys, like, you would have to go much further before you offend a man, right? Which I think we all know instinctively is the truth, right? So if a girl came up to me and she said, "Oh, nice cock," right? I would probably be like, "Why, thank you." The fact that she could see it would probably bother me a little. Like, did I forget to put on pants? What's going on here? But I would probably just be like, "Oh, thank you very much," and I would walk on, right? The same thing would be said to a woman, and she would feel extremely insulted and offended by what you just said, right? So I think the bar is just higher for what men would consider insulting and offensive than what girls would necessarily consider insulting and offensive. Girls would be offended far quicker, and it's one of the reasons we love them so much. They are the fairer sex. They are they're everything that we're not, right? Which is kind of what makes it work, right? If everyone was the same, the world would probably not fucking work. I once had this I once read this book that basically stated that all men are animals, right? And it's once they meet their wives that the wife turns them into a human. And this is actually a psychological fact. Men tend to be more sociopathic. Like, men have far more sociopathic tendencies than women do on average. And it's once a man meets a woman and the woman start working on him that he learns the finer arts of being sociable and sort of fitting into society better. So a woman makes a man less of an animal. This is just psychology, right? It's just how it goes. We should still have, if it's a rule for me, if it's a rule for thee, it must be a rule for me, right? That's just how it should be. At least I think so. How is it sexist, Ascension? How is psychology sexist? Are you saying that when the studies show that that's exactly what happens, when they find the evidence for it, so are you saying nature is sexist? Because in that case, I don't know how to break it to you, but nature doesn't really give a fuck. Nature is just nature. It's just what happens. It boils down to how your childhood was. Generally, guys talks about cocks and boobs, where girls talk about looks and personality. That gives a guy a higher tolerance bar for harassment. True. Milo, how you doing? I read a lot. I read a lot and I watch a lot of talks on specifically psychology. I find it fascinating. I find the human mind absolutely fascinating. And the fact is, we are different, right? Arnold, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you. With some love and chat for Arnold. Every single one of you. Can we get some emote spam? Arnold, thank you so much for the 10 community subs, dude. Must be down. TVC. Psychology hasn't really evolved. They have really done recent studies on that. And also, I don't know, you counter your arguments. You say 95% of guys aren't monsters, but then you say we're all animals. There's a very big difference between animals and monsters, Ascension, which I would argue, before you take offense, think about what I'm saying. I never specified what I meant. I simply said that most men are animals, not monsters. Most men understand the basics. They understand that you shouldn't grab a woman whenever she, you know, doesn't want to be grabbed and shit like that. The point goes much deeper than that. If you actually go read the studies, and by the way, this study was done 5 years ago. The study that I'm referencing right now, the talk was like 3 years ago. I believe it was by Jonathan Haidt. Actually, on YouTube, he's a professor and a social psychologist. He's not a clinical psychologist. He is a social psychologist. So he does more studies and shit like that. If I can find it, Ascension, I'm not sure if I can find it again. I'll look and I'll post it in Discord if I can find it. I don't keep records of these things. So basically what this boils down to is far finer than sort of big things, right? The study didn't focus on sort of big shit. There's other studies that focus on psychopathy and extreme levels of sociopathy and extreme levels of like sexual harassment and rape and shit like that. That's not what this study focused on. It focused on small things, like for example, how sociable are men, right? How often do you hear a guy make a joke that really shows that he didn't read the room, right? So men, for example, will say something that's borderline offensive to almost everyone without even realizing necessarily that he just said something that's very offensive to almost everyone in the room. And they started studying this. It was interesting to them that men would do this, where women are far less likely to do this, right? And it's backed up by anthropological psychology, where you look at men didn't evolve in society, right? Men were out hunting. They weren't part of the town. They tended to come home for a few weeks and then go off for months again hunting. So men that were not naturally selected to fit into society. We were actually naturally selected to live outside of society, right? It's only recently that men are now part of society, and this is where we sort of learn. Now, some of us learn from our mothers, right? So your mom teaches you the finer things in life, like, you know, reading the room, like understanding social cues and shit like that. But I think maybe a sample of his study might have been too small. Where I live, we can read the room just as much as women. Ascension, again, I don't see how you can argue with the science of this. I mean, anyone that hears this instinctively goes, yeah, sure, that makes sense. And it's not an insult, which I think you're being insulted by this, when it's really not an insult. It's not meant to be an insult. It's the study wasn't trying to highlight something good or bad. It was simply showing something very interesting within human evolution. Inocleus, thank you very much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is antisocial so he doesn't go into rooms with other people in them? This is as close to being sociable as it gets. I'm just trying to understand your generalization. I wasn't making a generalization. I was saying men on average, which is not a generalization. I wasn't saying all men. I wasn't saying all men. I think the real question here, though, is do Naru poop? I don't see how. Do Naru have assholes? Is the Naru perfect, though? I would argue the Naru is not that perfect. The Naru is a weird species to me. And definitely also not a species that I would trust. From how I was raised and having ADHD, it's actually difficult for me to read social situations and deal with crowds in that way. I'm kind of awkward for a female. I mean, outliers happen all the time, right? You're always going to get outliers. It burns before they can, not only hunting, but also in the fields farming. I mean, we can disagree to disagree, Ascension, that's fine. Although, if you just think logically about everything I just said, it makes logical sense. So the fact that you're disagreeing with it means that you're somehow rejecting the logic of it. You're somehow suggesting that men who were naturally selected to not be part of society, but be out hunting, basically the majority of their lives spending very little time with other people, would somehow learn how to be sociable, and somehow be selected based on the most sociable traits possible. Just from a logical standpoint, you can look at it anthropologically and go, yeah, that kind of makes sense. That men would probably not be as sociable or socially intelligent as women on average. Is reprehensible. That's what a small percentage of very dangerous men are like. That should be stopped. You don't need a large percentage of people, Berthier. I 100% agree with you. The thing is, if you just have 1% of men out there, absolute morons, right? They can cause a lot of heartache and a lot of harm in a very short span of time. So I agree with you. It doesn't have to be a large group of people, but this is why other men should be able to stand up and say no, right? And I do sometimes feel like, so there was a sort of a poll done. This was years ago. This was when I was still in the UK, so a very long time ago. They did this poll where they asked men if they were on the bus in the UK and a woman walked in, right? Would they get up and offer their chair to the woman? And something like 40-something% of the men said no. They wouldn't. And the reason they wouldn't is they wouldn't want to be accused of being sexist. And I thought to myself, well, this is bad. Because from where I'm sitting, how I was raised, offering your chair is a sign of respect, right? That I would in my entire life not sit down if a woman is standing. I would not. I would always get up and go, excuse me, ma'am, would you like to sit down? Right? I'll do the standing. It's not a problem for me. But the idea that we're no longer doing that, how long before you also get men that refuse to interfere, right? When they see a woman being harassed, right? Simply because they do not want to be accused of, sexism. They don't want to be a part of it, so they just walk the other way. I want to do it unless they're pregnant. Otherwise, first come, first serve. I wasn't raised that way. I would feel so uncomfortable sitting on a bus or a train or anywhere in a room even. If I sat and I saw a girl standing, I would feel super uncomfortable. And that's just how I was raised. I was raised that this is where you get up and you let the girl sit. That, by the way, SK Bridges, is the only thing I fucking lose my shit over. Is when I open the door for you, or I let you, because I will also never enter a room first, ever. If I get to a door, an open doorway of any kind, I'll always stand back and let the ladies go first. If there's a lady, I'm not going to stand there and fucking wait for a lady. If there's a lady that wants to go in first, I'll stand back and let her go first. But what pisses me off is when women just walk past. Like, they just go as if it's expected. As if, fuck you. Of course I have to go first. It's just like, no. You at least have the you at least have the decency to say thank you. Right? I've just allowed you to go first. Doesn't take much. Just go, thank you. And I go, you're welcome, miss. And she walks on. It's all good from there, right? Ascension, you're not wrong with that. That's effectively the point I'm trying to make. I see so many men who refuse to get you hate this stream? I'm for. What do you mean, Ring? So many men refuse to get involved because they're afraid of the blowback, right? They're afraid that they're going to be involved somehow. Like, they're going to be accused of something, and so they step back and they say, no, I'd rather not get involved in this at all. Say thanks if someone holds the door open. I must admit, though, while those rules do apply to men in general for me as well, so, for example, it changes a little. So, let's imagine that I'm getting to a door and there's a girl there. What I will do is I will stand back, open the door for her, and stand to the side so that she can go through. If it's a guy, I will oftentimes go through first and then just hold the door for him. Sort of just, I won't stand to the side or stand at attention. I'll just sort of hold the door so that he can get in as well. So the rules is sort of applied to both men and women, but it's not, shall we say, equally applied. Whoa, why did Serena get timed out? No links, bro. What were you trying to link, Serena? Link it on Discord, by the way. Links is, if you're not subbed, we've removed links from just generally because people were linking horrible sites and things that shouldn't be linked. So we removed the ability for non-subs to link stuff in the channel. Yeah, we got bots. We also got a couple of people who linked stuff that would steal your information. So if people accidentally clicked on the link, they would steal their IP address and shit. So that's why we made it for subs only. Board Gaming, I get your point 100%. It was an Nat Geo article about agriculture. Oh. Really? Link to Savannah Spawn. It was made for Giant Rat, aside from National Geographic, with more information about the first farming natures. Mr. McFunpants, thank you for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. The gifted sub, actually. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you actually gifted it to Serena, so I really appreciate that. Serena, you're now welcome to post your link to Giant Rat Guy. See if more people treated each other with respect, Blizzard wouldn't be in this problem. The answer truly is just respect, right? That's all it boils down to. Just have... It's not even respect. You see, I don't like the word respect because not everyone deserves respect. I don't think respect is something that's earned. It's not given, right? You can't just demand respect from me. What you can demand is decency, right? So every single human being deserves to be treated with decency, basic common human decency, until such time that they either prove themselves worthy of respect or prove themselves worthy of disrespect. There are people who prove themselves very worthy of disrespect very quickly. And then, of course, there are people who prove themselves worthy of respect. But I hate the fact that some people demand respect from me. It's like, you don't get to demand that. Your actions will inform whether or not I will actually respect you, right? There's being treated as human and being treated with respect. Two very different things. Agreed. SK Bridges, by the way, I wasn't sort of going, you're wrong. I was just giving my thoughts on it. Everyone is different and everyone can do what they want. But I feel like there's too many people who believe that they somehow deserve respect simply for the fact that they were born. Being born is not an achievement. If anything, being born is an achievement of your mother, right? And maybe earlier of your mother and father for actually being able to conceive you. But you yourself did very little to be born. So your birth and the fact that you can breathe unassisted is not cause for respect. It's just a natural thing that happens. You are, if you're born as royalty in the Dark Ages, well, they can go fuck a suck a dick. In one day, I'm pretty much said, respect me. That went over like a lead balloon. I don't work there anymore. Oh, I see so many. Oh my God. I remember I used to work at this bottle store, right? And the manager there was the biggest fucking cunt. The biggest cunt ever. But he would insist on us respecting him for the sole reason that he was the manager there. And I remember one day looking at him and saying to him, I will pound you into the ground, you stupid motherfucker. And he just looked at me. He was just shit. He was a small little piece of shit, and he acted as if he's the cow's bollocks or some shit. No, he couldn't fire me. My uncle was the owner. So he couldn't fire me. I was in school still. I was doing it as sort of like a weekend job. But my uncle came there that evening and he was like, why did you say that to him? And I was like, because he's being a little bitch. And so I explained to my uncle what he was doing, and my uncle just turned around, looked at him and said, this is not how you treat the workers at this company. End of discussion. So yeah. Don't get me wrong, my uncle had his own fair share of problems, and I once almost became physical with him too. He came into the shop drunk as a fucking skunk. Alcoholics should not own bottle stores. He was a high-functioning alcoholic, but still, an alcoholic nonetheless. And so he started screaming at me, and I just looked at him and I said, let's go outside. Let's go outside now. And so he locked himself in his fucking office. So, I don't do well with authority. I genuinely do not do well with authority. No one gets to tell me what the fuck to do. No, Maldorf, he didn't. He was too drunk. Also, I knew things about him. So I was pretty safe in my job. I did quit, though, a week later. Based on that and a couple of other things that happened since. I did quit. So he didn't fire me. I left. But he couldn't really fire me because when he got drunk, he would speak a lot about things that he should not have spoken about. No, he never even threatened to fire me. He just wouldn't fire me because he knew that I knew where all the skeletons were buried, because he would speak to me when he was drunk, fucking bragging about shit that he had done. And so, I guess he kind of wanted me to leave. Like, he was hoping that I would leave on my own accord or of my own accord. Yes, that was in that week. Literally, Lost Coast goes, in that week was when I phoned his wife, and because that's the week when I found out that they were not only flirting with each other, but actively screwing at work. The other things I knew had more to do with business stuff, right? So, fiddling the government kind of stuff that I knew about. So he couldn't really fire me because if I walked to the government, I could literally get him into a lot of trouble. Because in South Africa, we have this massive union, right? That basically controls the country. So if you get fired from your job, you just go to this union and you say, I was fired. And then they start a formal investigation. So you don't want to fire people, especially people that know too much, because they could really destroy your shit for you. But then that week, I caught him going to the bathroom with the female manager of the other bottle store, and he, let's just say, either very long poo, both of them, or something else transpired there. And that was the night that I phoned her husband and his wife and told them what had happened, and then quit. Those are the worst men who betray their woman. Same goes for the woman. I agree. It's one of the reasons you should never trust me with your secrets when it comes to cheating. I don't have respect for cheaters at all. Like, if you cheat, and I don't care if you're a man or a woman, if I know that you're cheating, I'll tell your partner, right? I'm not talking about people in open relationships. Obviously, different story. You're not actually cheating then. But if you're cheating, that it should not fucking happen. Should never happen. Threesome has to be my favorite. That's just wrong, though. at Go Fish when I was 12. Don't hate me, bro. You see, I don't know why, but I have a huge issue with cheating in general. But I think it's because, okay, so there's one incident that I don't remember, but I was told about this incident. And I think that sort of impacted me enough that it changed my entire outlook on life. So I was a small child. I was like maybe 4 or 5, that kind of age, right? We were in a shop and I helped myself to a chocolate bar, right? In the shop. Obviously, look at me. Of course I had chocolate in the shop. I don't think, according to my mum at least, I didn't intend to steal the chocolate. I just opened the chocolate bar and started eating it because it's a chocolate bar and I wanted a chocolate bar. My mum didn't pay for it because she didn't see that I took the chocolate bar. When we got to the car, my mum turned around and she's like, "What the fuck are you eating?" And I'm like, "I'm eating a chocolate." She said, "Did you pay for that?" I'm like, "I don't know. How should I know?" So that night, I got an incredible spanking, like proper fucking spanking for stealing, because I should have known to take the chocolate bar to the counter to present it to. So I had to go back into the store, pay for the chocolate, right? And then I got a spanking that night for stealing. And I think somehow that had a massive effect on me. I have a terrible confession. I cheated on my diet yesterday. I had a chicken parmesan with pasta at a nice restaurant. You slut. How old were you at the time? I think I was 4 or 5, Flinderhoinkies. I think I was 4 or 5. With a stick of gum. Fury Player, thank you for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. My parents did not tolerate any sort of dishonesty. So we had, thank you for the follow, Fury Player. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. There was a couple of rules in my house, right? One of them was disobedience would always lead to spanking. No matter what. If you were disobedient, you would get spanked. That was just the rule. Doesn't matter how many times you apologize. Doesn't matter how honest you are. If you were disobedient, if you disobeyed direct orders, that was proper fucking spanking. For everything else, you could get out of any spanking simply by being honest. So if my dad came home and he said, "Did you do this?" And you go, "Yes, I'm sorry. It won't happen again." My dad would go, "Cool. Do you understand why you shouldn't do it again?" Like, we'd always have a conversation so that he made sure I understood why what I did was wrong and why I shouldn't have done that. And then he would move on. Like, as soon as he was happy that I understood why my actions were wrong, he would move on. No spanking. Disobedience, though, there was no apology. The apology would simply mean that you wouldn't get fucked very badly, right? So the spanking basically in my house constituted between 3 shots or 6, right? If you were honest, 3 was the max. If you were dishonest, 6 was the max. So you it sort of got ingrained in you. Be honest. Just tell the fucking truth and be done with it. Parents made you a strong personality. I'd like to think so. Perhaps stronger than what they had wanted me to be. My dad is very foul smoke. From what I've heard from my friends, like my colored friends, colored parents are very strict, like fucking crazy strict. I had in high school, one of my friends was a colored, and whenever he did something wrong, he would go dead silent for the rest of the day because he knew that evening he was going to get fucking wrecked, right? And there was no talking to his parents, sort of explaining to his parents. It was just, you're going to get fucking wrecked. There's nothing you can fucking do about it. Just accept this. It's happening, right? I luckily didn't have to go through that, right? I could explain, and if I was honest and I wasn't being disobedient, it'd be good. That because you need to get a real job, Akalon. That hasn't happened for a long time though. when I was wee, we kids didn't even dare to touch anything in the supermarket. Oh no, my craziest... So the craziest thing I ever did as a child was... So I don't know why I decided to do this, but I was told that this is what I did. I was in the mood for cake, right? I wanted cake. And I think it had something to do with my brother's birthday the day before. And the day before, I wasn't in the mood for cake, right? So the day after, now I am in the mood for cake, but there's no cake. So I asked my mom, I want cake. She goes, no, you should have had cake yesterday. You're not getting cake today. Just opposite our house growing up. So it was our house, and then across the street was this little, like, small little shopping center. Like, when I say small, I mean 5 shops, right? One of the shops was a deli that sold these, I don't know if you guys remember, old school cakes. Used to come in this sort of plastic bag that they would have blown up, right? So you'd get the cake and then this plastic bag around it, right? My mom went into the shop because I think she was either ordering something or paying something or whatever the fucking case might be. So I went and I stuck my finger through the plastic into each and every cake in the fucking shop because I knew that my mom would have to buy the cakes because I've now ruined the cakes. So we ended up with, like, I think 35 cakes that I fucking ruined, right? Just in a short amount of time, we now have 35 cakes at home. So that night I get a spanking, but after the spanking, I have to go apologize to my dad because of what I did. And my dad goes, don't do it again, but also, good boy. As he's eating the fucking cake, because my dad loves cake, right? He's a fan of sweetness and cake. So I got a spanking, but I also got rewarded with cake. So it was a good day, to be fair. I could pick something for a certain amount of money every week. So it could be sweets or savory, like chips. We didn't really have that. So I never had chores or pocket money, at least not growing up the first half of my life. So as I explained, when my mom and my dad were still married, we were, like, very rich, right? Like, my dad's a medical doctor. Medical doctors in South Africa make tons of fucking money, right? We're talking 10 years ago, because I don't know what my dad's earnings are now. But 10 years ago, my dad was earning over $40,000 a month, right? And that was just from his non-cash patients. That was literally just the patients that went through the medical aids. I don't know what his cash patients were. The medical doctors earn, like, a decent living, right, in South Africa. So I never had chores. I never, ever got pocket money. Basically, if I wanted something, I would just get it, right? Wait, you don't like cake? How? Cake might be one of the greatest things ever. I was watching this video yesterday of a cake, which I almost wanted to break my fucking diet. Like, I almost wanted to break my diet because of that cake. It was so... It looked so fucking amazing. Hold up, let me see if I can find that video. I'm not going to show you the whole video, but I am going to try and see if I can find the video. Come on, you bastard. Look at this cake. I'm just going to show you guys a short bit of it. Look at that. I'll show you what it looks like now when it's getting fucking, like, cut into. That looks gorgeous. Holy shit. That looks gorgeous. And then look at what it is when they cut into it. Like, this is in New York. This is like a cake place in New York. Just look at this fucking cake. Look at this cake. So today I have to do some chores. Berthier, thank you for trying out, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, bro. Look at that. Fucking look at that, bro. Tell me you wouldn't fucking want to eat that. Tell me you would not want to eat that. Here's the other one. This one looks the best as far as I'm concerned. Thanks, no diabetes for me. This one looks the best as far as I'm concerned. Like, that one looks fucking amazing. Some sugar and yuck. And then this one, the chocolate one. I'm not a fan of sprinkles either. I don't do sprinkles. Guess I just haven't had a good ass cake yet. Those look amazing. They do look fucking lovely. They do look insane. I was close to like breaking my own diet yesterday because of that. But then I decided no, go to the gym. And so I went to the gym, and after that I didn't want cake anymore. So we're good. We're good still. Most of you are looking at this going, what's this gonna look like? Oh my. Oh my. That is a lot of buttercream though. Like, fuck me, that's a lot of buttercream. I would personally make the chocolate or the cake layers a little bit more. Right? Like a little bit bigger cake layer and maybe a little bit less of the like the buttercream. This looks cool though. Look at when he's like fucking, like when it starts melting. That just looks really cool. Anyways, I wanted to show you guys this. Some cake and coffee, can't beat that. I am a fan of a cake. Like a good cake or a good tart. Ooh. Like a good pecan pie. God. Drumac, no. I thought we had this discussion before. No fruits in my dessert. No fruits in my dessert. Thank you very much. You can take your peach pie and your apple pie and get the fuck out of here. You just get the fuck out. I don't want that. No fruits. If you're gonna have a dessert, it can't be sort of... You can't pretend like this is healthy because I've added fruit. I don't know what rhubarb is, but it sounds fruity, so I don't want it. What is wrong with fruit in dessert? Because it sucks. It's people who want to pretend like they're eating healthy because they're somehow getting fruit in their fucking dessert. No. Let's not have fruit in our dessert. You can eat your fruit on your fucking own. I don't like fruit desserts. I hate fruity desserts. I don't need fruit in my guilty time. Yeah, pie is good. Pecan pie, brilliant. I've even had an almond pie the other day. Fuck me, what a good pie. Then I had apple pie. You want to know what I do with apple pie? Like, I don't not eat apple pie, but I scrape out most of the apple. So if I get an apple pie, I scrape out the apple filling and I throw that shit away. And I just use the sauce of the apple filling along with the sort of the crust of the pie. Like, that's how I'll eat it. But I don't want the filling. I fucking hate the apple shit. Don't give me the apple shit. Melissa's has a good pecan pie cheesecake combo. I'm unsubbing. The crust is not the worst part, Baroscopic. Are you high? I would eat pie crust just like that. Just like that. The crust is the best bet. The crust is 100% the best bet. Best bet. I've had cobbler, I don't like it. I send you a video of a cake I made. Oh, let's see this. Let's see this. Ooh. Now this looks fucking gorgeous. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. I don't know what the words there mean, Flinder. But okay, so this is the cake, right? What I like about this is it's juicy. You can see that this is juicy. Bro, tell me you wouldn't fucking eat this. Of course you'd eat this. The moist of this, bro. It's like a good cookie as well. Like a good cookie is moist in the middle. It's still like a little bit undercooked. It's just brilliant. The reason I don't use moist is because a lot of people have problems with the word moist. Like a lot of people cringe when they hear the word. This is why I use the word juicy instead. But yes, it's wet, right? Which is exactly what it should be. You know, they make cookie pizza in the US? I do not know that. How would you like Sylvanas to eventually die? I do not want Sylvanas to die. But if she does die in a war... Joker. Lul. That cake looks brilliant, Flinderoinkies. Ascension, don't ask me, but I've met a couple of people in my life who can't stand the word moist. I think it has something to do with the sound of it. It just hits their ears wrong or some shit, and they just really don't like the word. I don't know why. It's the sounding, it's cringe. Which major NPCs would I would fucking love to see Thrall die. Finally. The dude's been a nuisance for a long time now. May as well get fucked. And then probably... Bane too. Like, if Blizzard isn't going to fix those two characters, they may as well kill them off, right? Links are allowed. I don't remember. I can show you what my brother made. Niara, yes, you're subbed, so you're allowed to link. Turalian maybe gone for me. Why Turalian? Let's see this. Oh, wait. Isn't this custard slices? My mum used to make these. I'm pretty sure this is like it's called a custard slice, right? Yeah. My mum used to make these. I don't like these. They're too sweet. So it's the frosting as well as the custard. It's just too sweet for me. It's way too fucking sweet for me. Don't know the name in English, but that sounds correct. What's the name in French then? It's pure sugar. South African cuisine is very French, like very French. Mila Fulis? Mila Fulis. Am I saying that correctly? Mila Fulis. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Is that fruit? Am I seeing fruit in my fucking chocolate cake? This would have been amazing if I didn't see fruit in my fucking chocolate cake. That looks good. I'll eat all of the chocolate balls, but they can get fucking wrecked with these fruit shit in the middle of the chocolate cake. Yeah, I don't like cherries. This cake looks good. No, cherries with bacon, brilliant. Cherries in a fucking cake, no thanks. What's the worst cake ever? Blueberry, thank you for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Literally echo. Oh my god. Okay, so you're gonna clip the balls? Of course you are. Fruit. I need this. I need this. This really is me. I like cherry and whipped cream covered pancakes. People ruin pancakes with all sorts of unnecessary shit. The only thing that a good pancake needs is sugar and cinnamon. But what's the worst cake in the world? I don't like strawberries either. Wait a second. Let's quickly just go over the ground rules here. A pancake is a pancake, not what the Americans or the rest of the world thinks a pancake is. That's wrong, right? What you guys think of as pancakes is actually called a flapjack. A pancake, right, is what the rest of the world would refer wrongly to as a crepe or a crepe, or however the fuck you pronounce that word. I don't know how to pronounce the word, so don't fight me. A pancake is what you would call a crepe, right? A pancake, pannenkoek, pancake, is flat, right? It's flat, and you roll it. You roll it in with cinnamon and sugar. That's how you have it. The other thing that you guys are referring to, that's called a flapjack. Let me see, what's this? You see, this is a flapjack, and I would love this flapjack if you gave me the sauce minus the fucking whatever that is and the cream. I would probably eat this flapjack. Cyrena, I agree with that. American pancakes over crepes. Yeah, but it's not a pancake. It's a flapjack. Keep my flapjacks then. This is a flapjack, right? This is what I would call a flapjack. This is what South Africans would call a flapjack, right? This is not a pancake. Also, this is not that popular in South Africa. It's very rare that you will meet like people who eat this. Soccer, and people correct us and say it's football, while South Africans say soccer too. So I will not correct you if you say soccer. South Africans say soccer too. What's the difference between a Belgian waffle and a normal waffle? How is it the diabetes? Belgian waffles are huge, but isn't that then just a big waffle? I don't know what's the difference between a Belgian waffle. All I know is in South Africa, waffles are considered sweet, and they go with ice cream and syrup, or, you know, chocolate and ice cream, or chocolate and cream. Belgian are the true one, I have to admit. The true one. Just say sports ball and remove all confusion over regional naming. Belgian waffles and Japanese pancakes are minimum 2.5 inches thick and can be 6 inches thick. You see, I've never had Japanese pancakes. Bunny chow. Bunny chow is a very South African thing. I don't like bunny chow. I'm not a huge fan of bunny chow. Wheat flour versus regular flour. I don't follow. So America has a lot of different types of flour. Now, fuck with the blue waffle. We're not Googling blue waffle. And please, if you value your sanity, do not Google blue waffle. Sweet and savory. I don't think there's a single place that I know of that sells that on the menu. Like, you have to physically, you tell them to put that on the, like, you'll ask them, hey, can I get a waffle? Right? And then you'll go, can I also get crispy chicken or bacon or whatever? Although the best waffle I've ever had was after I was drunk the next morning. I asked them for a waffle with ice cream. They said, and I wanted a side of bacon. But I wanted to eat the side of bacon first and then have the waffle. And I looked at the bacon and the waffle and the ice cream and I thought to myself, interesting. So I took the ice cream off the waffle. I filled the little holes of the waffle with syrup, as you do, right? I then stacked the bacon on top of the waffle. I took the ice cream and I sprayed that over the bacon and the waffle. And then I had waffle, bacon, ice cream, and syrup. Best breakfast ever. Regret what? Waffle and sausage is the best combo. How is that nasty? Bacon goes with everything, bro. Vimanolia, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The place in new buildings down and across the street from me makes chicken and waffles pizza, but you have to order like 2 weeks out. They're always sold out. Jesus. 2 weeks. It's too long. I would never eat at a place where I have to order. I don't know what I'm going to be in the mood for 2 weeks from now. I think a bacon milkshake could taste well. Time to train people to do my job. You're a fake. Take care of yourself, bro. Enjoy it. Pork goes well with sweet stuff. That's true. Although there's a French fine dining restaurant not far from me, which have proven to me that the French have lost all meaning when it comes to cooking, because they do chocolate sauce and steak. Now, do you want to see me fucking wreck a French chef's face? Is when he fucks up my steak with chocolate sauce. That is 100%. I'm walking into the kitchen and I'm punching him. You made me a lovely steak. I was looking forward to the steak, and then you fuck chocolate sauce all over it. What were you thinking? At that point, you know, you're just starting to make shit up. An oxymoron? I don't necessarily think so, because there are really cool. I have a question for all of you. Why is it called French fries? Because from what my understanding is, it's not from France. Chocolate sauce is great, but I don't really like to mace my meat. Yeah, I agree with that. Meat and sweet berry is good. Jello is also... Don't fuck up... A steak needs only one thing. A steak needs only one thing, and that's salt. Chocolate sauce on steak, you? That's what A1 sauce and Heinz... No. Do not put sauce on your steak. Just salt. I don't even need the pepper. Just salt. Perfect steak. Spur onion rings may be the best thing ever. Not gonna lie, normal onion rings might be good, but Spur onion rings with their special, like Spur has this special white sauce. Oh my god. Do you use MSG? Tatiana, not often, but I have. It does make the steak taste nice, but I prefer, like, if I'm having a ribeye, all I need on it is salt. Dutch people from very long ago, but the French fries are very thin, while the original Belgium fries are way thicker. Somalia, bro, it was amazing. The blue cheese sauce. Oof. Oof. Yeah, we don't, like, the only place here that I know of that sells French fries is McDonald's. Niara, thank you much for the gifted sub. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we get some love in chat for Nihara and the gifted sub? Called it French fries when they fought in World War One. Unlike blue cheese. Blue cheese is good though. Like a blue cheese sauce. Oh my god. So good. Echo, it's Summerski. How's it going? What do you think about this Blizzard stuff? Summerski, how you doing, brother? We already went through it. Like, we spent the first 2 hours of the stream talking about that. What's it? How you doing? Rocco Mom. Oh, yeah. Rocco's Mama. But they call it shoestring fries. Rocco Mama's, because their fries aren't just French. It's like, it's these giant fucking fries. And it's sort of, it's not crispy. It's more flimsy, you know? So Rocco Mamas wouldn't, I don't think that's what French fries are supposed to be. Don't know why. I've had that last 2 days. Blue gorgonzola sauce. What do you think the chances are of having BlizzCon ever again after all of this? BlizzCon is a giant money opportunity for Blizzard Entertainment, so I think there's a good chance that they're going to continue with it. Look, I don't think that things like that is going away. The only way Blizzard would probably ever cancel BlizzCon is if they held a BlizzCon and no one showed up. Like, no one bought tickets to it. No one watched it. That's like the only way that they would, I think, cancel BlizzCon. As long as BlizzCon makes them money and people tune in to watch, they'll keep doing it. So I think a lot of people are sort of scared for the wrong things. Blizzard isn't going to stop doing BlizzCon just because of this. They're probably not going to do one soon. Right? So it might take a while before they actually get going on it. Okay, I think someone is reading a little bit too much into something. Because, so look at this. How many of you agree with this? So first and foremost, so we have Dracora saying here, I would just like to take a moment to remind everyone that Tal Galan is abso-fucking-lutely Medivh. I have been calling it since he first hit the PTR, and I will continue to call it. It's too much of a coincidence otherwise. Tal Galan, Keeper of Secrets, and then of course you have Medivh looked into the brazier and nodded, well, that is something. More than most people can find out. And your name means Keeper of Secrets, Khadgar added. In High Elven, I found that out as well. Here's the problem with him saying it's too much of a coincidence. Medivh was literally the Keeper of Karazhan's secrets. So him being called the Keeper of Secrets wouldn't be that big of a stretch. Considering how he was named, one could also argue that he was keeping a very deep secret. The secret of Sargeras, right? So the name could have influence in that as well. The problem with saying Tal Galan is Medivh. We have it on good authority that Medivh has never gone into the Shadowlands, right? We know that. Medivh is tied to Karazhan. His soul basically can travel between the Twisting Nether and our reality because he tied himself to Karazhan. So how would he then also show up in the Shadowlands? Unless, of course, he can travel between the Shadowlands, the Twisting Nether, and our reality. Oh, wait. You guys haven't heard about this yet. Blizzard is doing some remarkable backtracking on Diablo Immortal. Diablo Immortal has received excellent gameplay feedback, but been delayed to the first half of 2022 as the team looks to make the title more engaging for a wider audience. What do you guys think that means? The Lord, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tell you what it means. Diablo Immortal is coming to PC. They're going to bring it to PC. Probably PC, probably console. Look, if they bring it to console, they may as well bring it to PC. Because console means Xbox, Xbox means PC, right? So, if they're bringing it to console, they may as well bring it to PC as well. I genuinely think that they're going to release Diablo Immortal. The thing is, they'll make more money. Considering the amount of players that is hyped for anything Diablo, and the fact that Diablo 4 is probably still fucking a few years away, this will give the Diablo audience something to care about. This will mean that the Diablo audience gets something. So my personal read on this is they're taking the extra time to adopt the game, to recode it so that it would work on PC. It's probably going to be a terrible port. Make no mistake about that. It's most likely going to be an absolutely terrible port, but Blizzard is generally not really... They don't seem to care much about shit like that, right? I mean, Blizzard quality no longer matters, right? I don't know if I'll play... Okay, so if Diablo Immortal comes to PC, how many of you are going to play it? Not me? Nah, nope. On mobile, maybe? Wait, Tubby6, so you would refuse to play it on PC, but you would play it on mobile? That makes no sense. I'm a fan of Diablo. I've always been a fan of Diablo. I'm just not a fan of mobile games. Like, I hate mobile games with an absolute fucking passion. And I also think that mobile games, generally speaking, when they're ported to PC, are done miserably. The game is almost definitely just going to care about fucking endgame content. That's what Blizzard does these days. They just figure out how to tie everything to the endgame. Robbie Kotick in your phones now. I don't know, dude. It's like... It just feels as if Blizzard have run out of creativity. You know? Consider the fact that we haven't had a new IP in how many fucking years? Like, Overwatch was the last time Blizzard released a new IP. Like, something brand new that we've never seen before. Where's the new games? Like, where's the new IPs? Flying Bomb Quest here and oh yeah, questing in World of Warcraft have never been innovative. Like, it's never been innovative. Yeah, is that pronunciation? Innovative. That's the correct pronunciation, right? The problem for me is that Blizzard seems hell-bent on just milking their own. If anything, we've lost IPs. Like, Blizzard have gone down in IPs. Because we used to have StarCraft as well, right? StarCraft IP is dead now. So basically all they're doing is they're basically doubling down on Diablo, Overwatch, and World of Warcraft. That's it. Those are the three IPs that they're doubling down on, and trying to make as much money as humanly possible from those three IPs. Well, Heroes of the Storm is just the IP of all of their IPs, right? So it's basically just a mixture of everything that they have in the World of Warcraft lineup. But yes, they've let go of that game, even though the game could have been good if they just made a couple of changes to it. Shay, why are you hostile to new IPs though? Why's what dead, Katrina? You mean, why is Heroes of the Storm dead? Blizzard killed it. They basically pulled it in behind the shed and fucking shot it. There's like a ghost team of developers working in Heroes of the Storm. Mobile games coming? Is there 2 mobile games coming? I don't know about that. I mean, I've heard rumors, but I don't know if it's been confirmed. There's been rumors of Warcraft games coming to mobile, but so far we've had no confirmation on it. I didn't see it in the quarterly report. Where? I read the quarterly report, and I did not see them even mentioning it in the earnings call. To be fair, I did skip over a lot of things because a lot of it's just bullshit. Must have missed it. But again, doesn't really matter. We know that Blizzard is becoming a mobile company. And there's a reason why Blizzard is becoming a mobile company. Look at this. King makes $635 million a quarter, right? How much actual development do you think goes into King games? Do you feel are purposely tanking the PC games to convert the company to full mobile dev? I don't think they're purposefully tanking it, right? I do not believe that it's purposefully being tanked, right? So it's more a case of when it comes to mobile games, if Blizzard released, let's say, 4 mobile games, right, alongside their current offerings, right? So alongside the current offerings, let's imagine Blizzard had a part of this 4 mobile games. That number for Blizzard Entertainment rises to 800-900 million overnight. It doubles itself. The games don't even have to be good. People who play mobile games tend not to really give a fuck whether they're good or not. They just play because what else are they gonna do, right? Because most mobile games are dog shit. There are some good mobile games that I've seen in my life where it's not actually that bad, but let's be real, that's few and far between, right? The vast majority of mobile games isn't about being good. It's about keeping you busy and getting you hooked on paying for the microtransactions. So all Blizzard have to do is get about 2, 3, 4 mobile games, and they're doubling their earnings. Now, at which point do you go, if we took all of the money that we spend making World of Warcraft and we divided the teams into smaller teams and just sort of, made a bunch of new mobile games, how much money could we make? I do believe, just FYI, remember we spoke about the death of the AAA industry. do you guys remember the conversation we had where I said that the AAA industry is doomed? It's most likely going to fail within the next decade. This is part of the reason why. The AAA industry, first and foremost, is no longer sustainable. It is becoming more and more expensive to make AAA video games because they care about the wrong things, right? But most importantly, for some reason, the audience still refuses to up. They're not willing to pay more for AAA games, and therefore, AAA games are sort of constantly stuffing it with cash shops, which drives players off, right? So AAA gaming is very wasteful. It's not streamlined. It's not good game design. It generally is just a wasteful expenditure. But more importantly, almost every single AAA company today is starting to fiddle and starting to branch out into mobile gaming. Ubisoft, EA, Activision Blizzard, even Bethesda. The only company that still seems hell-bent on making AAA titles is Microsoft. But that's because they make a lot of money off of console sales. So they don't really want to muddy the waters, right? Because they're not making... Well, Microsoft did have a phone, I think. Does Microsoft still have a phone? They used to have one, but it was horrible. Yeah, I thought so. That phone died. So Microsoft is the only company that still sort of seems like they're doubling down hard on AAA console and PC games, right? You could also make the argument that Sony, but Sony doesn't do PC really. They just do their console stuff, right? And Nintendo does their own thing as well. But that's because most of their money actually comes from the devices that they sell rather than the games that they sell, right? The games is not nearly as big as the devices that they sell. For most AAA companies, they have realized, look at this, guys. You have King. You have a company like King that made $635 million and did very little for that money. You can do a mobile game, in my opinion, and I know people that have done this, probably in a year, right? With a small group of people, 5-6 people, you can whack out a new mobile game every year. Civil Titans made it to PC, so I think that is changing. Jace Walker, I agree with you, but I think one of the reasons why Sony is starting to port their games to PC now, so years ago, Xbox or Microsoft reached out to Sony to introduce what they would have called crossplay. The first version of crossplay would have been that every Xbox game can be played on a PlayStation and every PlayStation game can be played on an Xbox, right? The idea being that we will compete based on powerful systems rather than based on exclusivity. Sony sent Microsoft a big fat fuck you. Because at the time, Sony had the best games, right? Who was buying an Xbox 5 years ago? For what reason, right? If you wanted the good games, you'd buy a PlayStation because that's where all the good games were. Xbox was the more powerful system, but it didn't have the games, so no one bought the fucking Xbox. Now, however, Microsoft is going above and beyond, right? Like, Microsoft has been buying up gaming studios left, right, and center. It's incredible how many gaming studios Microsoft is buying every single year. And all of these gaming studios are developing games specifically for Microsoft, for PC and Xbox. So now Sony is starting to realize we may be fucked in the very near future. There may come a time where we no longer have the best games on the market. So it might be worth us, sort of playing along and making our games accessible to both console and PC. From what I heard, it's PlayStation wanted to do crossplay first, but Microsoft did FU, and now that Microsoft wants to do it, Sony FU. Demonic Dark, the first time I heard of the FU was when Phil Spencer became the director for Xbox, and he reached out to Sony. Now, maybe there was one even further back, right, where Sony did reach out and sort of, wanted to work together, but then Microsoft said F off. But the first time I heard of was Phil Spencer reaching out when he became the CEO for Xbox. You guys, do you know how many of you do know about Phil Spencer? Like, how much do you guys know about Phil Spencer? Time getting experience system. Wait, hence why missions gives little to no money now. Game Pass is amazing. Game Pass is amazing. I love the Game Pass. All right, so Phil Spencer, when he became the CEO of Xbox, right? When he became the president of Xbox, it took him months to convince the CEO of Microsoft that gaming was the future. When he became the president, the CEO of Microsoft told him they're thinking about closing the game division for Microsoft because the CEO basically said games don't matter. This is not where the money is. He spent months convincing the CEO, you're wrong. The future is gaming. That's the future. If we can get the gaming market, we'll become the biggest company in the world. Easy. He fought tooth and nail to get the CEO on board. And then the CEO eventually said, all right, you know what? Fine. I'll give you a budget every year. Do with that money what you will. You want to know how Phil Spencer recruits new companies to Microsoft? Manolia, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I spoke to a developer that works for a new studio that was recently acquired by Xbox, by Microsoft. He literally goes to the company and says, listen here, we want to give you a budget. Make whatever game you want. No deadlines, no, it's ready when it's ready, it's fine. Just here's your money, just make us a game. That's it. Those companies get like fucking massive injections of cash to basically design whatever game. Why are we still talking about the fucking mission table? Can I just quickly ask that? Why are we talking about the mission table? Is the mission table in World of Warcraft not supposed to be dead? Man, I need to get to the barber. I don't know why we're talking about the mission table. Mission table is evidence of Blizzard wanting to move to a mobile gaming format. I don't necessarily know if that's evidence. I mean, that's just Blizzard double dipping, effectively. But it gives me gold and I can do it from my phone because it's in the phone app. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a time not too far in the future where World of Warcraft is going to be in the phone app. It's going to be called World of Warcraft Dungeon Crawler, and it's where you can run dungeons, Mythic Plus dungeons on your character, the same way that you do with Raid Shadow Legends. And then when you log into the game on PC, you get all the loot from those dungeons. I generally see that happening. So much better. The app is dog shit. It'll be a version of Clash of Clans, but with WoW characters, mobile dungeon, Mythic Plus. Rotate. No, you can't be serious. Ratoya, you can't be serious. Mobile Dungeons over Mythic Plus. I wish it would happen and be so successful that it would just move Mythic Plus to mobile and get it the fuck out of the MMORPG. Wait, why do people not like Mythic Plus? I don't think Mythic Plus is a bad thing in an MMORPG. Why do people think it's a bad thing? The only reason I hate Mythic Plus is because it interferes with other systems. Mythic Plus should have been Mythic Plus should have been a system in and of itself, right? Which players who like that system could play and enjoy. And that's it, right? The problem nowadays is that for some raiders, their best gear is in Mythic Plus dungeons. Now, at that point, I sort of go, wait a second, why are you... Because I would agree that Mythic Plus should have good gear, but at no point should Mythic Plus have the best gear for raids. Because raiding should be raiding gear, Mythic Plus should be Mythic Plus gear. The two shouldn't overlap. Those people that love Mythic Plus should get Mythic Plus, and I would actually, I've said this before, I would love to see Mythic Plus tier sets, right? So these are tier sets that's only active in Mythic Plus, and these are tier sets that Mythic Plus players really care about. Mythic Plus trinkets that's only active in Mythic Plus. So it becomes sort of an entire game within the game, right? Where as a Mythic Plus player, you want to do your absolute best to get all of that gear, to be specifically good at Mythic Plus, but it should at no point require raiding to actually do, nor should raiding require Mythic Plus to do. That would be my opinion. On my best is for Mythic Raid, but I'm not a Mythic Raider, but I could get better item level if I just get out of the chest every week. The plus tier 6 would be enough for me. We need only active gear across the modes so badly. You see, in a perfect world, you wouldn't need only active gear. Because in a perfect world, if we go back to what World of Warcraft used to be, dungeons was preparation for raiding, but once you've done the dungeons enough, you would have the gear and therefore you would never have to go back, right? But because we now have so many systems that is effectively called evergreen systems, those systems have to basically exist in a bubble where they do not interfere with the rest of the game. They should become systems. It's like Torghast. Torghast would have been an amazing system if it did not interfere with the rest of the game. Andy, what's the way that you think it should go? You think it should be more integrated? So you think that dungeons and dungeon raiders and raiders should basically just be completely integrated into each other? Because you're saying it's going the opposite way. No, but that's not an argument. It's an MMO. What does that mean? What does the word "it's an MMO" mean? MMO just means massively multiplayer online. If you're doing Mythic Plus, you are playing a massively multiplayer online. There's massive amounts of players playing online doing Mythic Plus, so I don't see how "it's an MMO" means anything to what I just said, or how what I suggested would counter the fact that it's an MMO. My god, it's what Torghast should have been. Missed opportunity. Torghast was such a missed opportunity. mean, at this point, you are both arguing the same thing. The systems in general are shit, and when one is bad, it highlights the issues with the others. If you separate the player base into PvE, Mythic Plus, PvP, you reduce the massive multiplayer aspect. No. The games are already no longer the same thing. What you're talking about, Andy, where I would agree with you, is if we had a fundamental rewrite of the game in general. But the game is in the state that it is in. Therefore, you either embrace the fact that the game is in the state that it is in, or you change the game entirely. Blizzard is probably not going to change the game entirely, so therefore you have to embrace the state that the game is in right now. The audiences are already fractured. People who do Mythic Plus want very little to do with raiding, most of them, and most raiders want very little to do with Mythic Plus. So you may as well just at this point double down on the system that you yourself have created as a developer, right? Or you have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how do you connect these systems. It's like HB, how you doing, brother? Instagib, how you doing? Ronan's, how you doing? So I don't think there is a perfect solution to this, right? Because I think at the end of the day, finding a perfect solution for any game is near impossible to do, right? It's impossible, right? Because there's too many people that you have to sort of keep happy. You're never going to be able to do that. So all you can really do is try to keep the different groups happy with certain elements of your game, which is what I'm suggesting at the moment. If you break the systems into separate systems that have nothing to do with each other, you cast a much wider net, right? So the net that you're casting is people that love Mythic Plus can do Mythic Plus. People that love raiding can raid. People that love Torghast can do Torghast. People that just want to do casual shit will have casual shit that they can do. That way, you're casting the widest possible net. It's similar to what Final Fantasy does, in that they give you a lot of options of things that you can do, and then they allow you to just do those things, right? Yuan, thank you for still what's up, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Love the content. Keep it up. Thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ferorius, how you doing, bro? Bringing back Reforging would actually solve some of the... My best comes from Dungeons raids, but I don't want to do that problems. Reforging is something that I've always wanted back in the game. Where we are with discussion. Milol, how you doing? Well, we're just talking about whatever chat is talking about. Cat Potato, how you doing, brother? I haven't seen you in a while. How's life? That is the best possible solution. Just separate systems from each other. If you're gonna have this many systems, you have to separate them. Because the problem is, and this is the main problem, if you, with these many systems, it's guaranteed that the vast majority of players is not gonna like one or more of these systems. So by collecting or connecting these systems, you are effectively forcing players to do things that they absolutely fucking despise simply because they exist. Take Mythic Plus and raiding, for example. I'm a raider. I love raiding. I just want to do my Mythic raids and I want to get my best gear. The problem is that some of my best gear is in Mythic Plus, right? So now I'm forced to do Mythic Plus. I hate Mythic Plus. And I'm talking very seriously here. I despise Mythic Plus. I find 5-man content to be incredibly boring. But I'm forced to do it. Luckily I'm not, because I don't play anymore. But if I did play, I would be forced to do it so that I could be geared enough so that we could kill the final boss on Mythic and so that I could have my best in slot gear. These systems are not tenable. They can't work together because they weren't designed for the same audience. The most egregious example of this is Torghast. At no point in time will there ever be a Mythic Raider that would think of something that they could do that is fun, where Torghast would come to mind as that thing that they could do that is fun. Torghast is not designed for the Mythic PvE player. More importantly, compare Torghast to PvP players. Torghast is literally the opposite of what a PvP player wants in a game. Yet somehow they're forced to do it because without it, they wouldn't be strong enough in PvP. This is a problem. And this is a problem that you can't solve with all of the systems that you have in the game now. And I'm not saying that the systems is bad. I'm saying if you want all of those systems, you have to separate them. You have to. They cannot be the same thing. Because as long as they connect to one another, there are people that's going to be forced to do things that they absolutely despise doing, that isn't just grinding, but rather engaging with systems that they themselves don't enjoy. You see, I think that in almost every regard, when you're designing a game, right? When you're the game developer, whenever you come up with a new idea, a new system, a new feature, whatever it is, you need to ask a couple of fundamental questions. The first one you have to ask is this fun, right? And it can't be a reward-based thing. It can't be a thing that's based on whatever reward this thing is going to give you. It has to be just, is this fun? So is this thing that we're putting in the game a fun thing to put in the game? If the answer is yes, and look at this as sort of like a flow chart, right? If answer is no, you scrap the system. If answer is yes, this is fun, we get to the next question that you have to ask yourself. Who is this for? So we've said that this is a fun system, but who is the system for? So who's going to derive the most fun out of the system? Now here you'll have three options, right? You'll have PvP players, you'll have PvE players, and you'll have casuals, right? You'll probably have under PvE players. If they say PvE players, you'd go, is this hardcore Mythic PvP players, or is this Mythic Plus players, right? And so now you have another part of the flow chart. Then the question becomes, okay, if this is fun for casuals, we need to ensure that the rewards in this is catered towards casuals. In other words, cosmetics. If this is something that's going to be fun for raiders, then it needs to be rewards that is fun for raiders, but not necessarily requires anyone else to do it. If it's fun for PvPers, we need to add some kind of PvP element or aspect to it, right? This would be the example of Island Expeditions having a PvP mode, okay? If they were done well, if they were done right, people would have actually fucking loved them. Although I do understand that most PvPers actually did enjoy the PvP Island Expedition. A good example of Blizzard releasing a system that was fun for absolutely no one and made sense for no one is Warfronts. After Blizzard introduced Warfront as an idea, if they were true and honest with themselves and they asked, okay, is this a fun thing? They would have gone, no, this is not a lot of fun. Holby, thanks for what's up, dude. Really fucking appreciate 12 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So they've gone, no, this isn't fun. So either rework the system or scrap the system, right? If they did go, if they reworked the system, they probably would have looked at Warfronts and said, you know what, Warfronts could be good. PvP Warfronts. If we took this exact idea, but we pitted the Alliance against the Horde in this exact setting, this would make it fun. This would mean that a ton of people would start partaking in it. Because now it's a proper battle between the Horde and the Alliance. And you can lose because you're fighting against two other people, right? The problem is that Blizzard never even asked the question, is this fun? And more importantly, who is this going to be fun for? Because from what I can understand and from what I'm seeing and from my experience of playing Warfronts, it's definitely not for raiders because there's no effort or skill involved. It's definitely not for dungeoneers because, again, there's no effort or skill involved. It's not even really for the casual because there's no effort and skill involved. It's harder to lose than it is to win. It was harder to lose. Like, in order to lose a Warfront, you would have to physically try and fucking lose. Because otherwise you just wouldn't. What kind of game design is that? What's the purpose of that? Ascension, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Dude, really fucking appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you. Macmillan, you motherfucker. How you doing, brother? Warfront was a great idea, and it was fun playing it once or twice. Then it was just another boring, grinding shit show. Because at every single point in time, whenever Blizzard introduces anything new to the game, they always fail at the first fundamental question. Is this fun? Blizzard never asks themselves this. Never. They never stop to ask, is this fun? Because they're not designing these systems for the player base, they're designing these systems for the marketing department. Alex, I remember when they suggested it. When they suggested Warfronts, I thought, oh my god, this is going to be amazing. I remember making a video on it, actually saying that if they do this in PvP, I would start PvPing, because this is going to be fucking insane. Heroic wasn't really that hard. Once people figure out how to do heroic, it became very fucking easy. Ascension, thank you so much for the gifted sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you. Some love in chat for Ascension and his gifted sub. Really appreciate the support, guys. You guys are far too kind. If Warfronts truly were the RTS experience that we were promised it was going to be, where it wasn't overpromised and oversold, and then of course they realized that they can't actually deliver on it. Here's my prediction. If Warfronts truly worked and if Blizzard didn't fuck it up themselves, there would have been Warfronts even now in Shadowlands. People would have demanded more Warfronts be added to the game. They would have been able to redo the entire world one zone at a time. It just sadly never worked. But people have been begging for Mage Tower since Legion. Yeah, but Blizzard can't figure out what reward to add to Mage Tower, which is literally not how you design a game. That's not how you design a game. If the reward is the reason for something being added or not added, then maybe you're making a giant fucking mistake on how you design your game. Can you imagine if we had Warfronts, right, that played very similar to Wintergrasp, but even more so? So imagine the following. You have a new battle for Warfronts, say, every 2 hours, right? So it's not something that you sign up for and then every 2 hours you have a new Warfront battle. When you win, right, you're in the Warfront, so this can't be done outside of the Warfront. This is not like those fucking people that were standing in the capital cities just collecting shit. This is done inside the Warfront, okay? Right, I'll open this. And we'll get into it in a minute. Just give me a second. Okay, so you have... Now imagine... if you had these Warfronts, right, where now, say the Horde have won the last fight, the Alliance lost. Now both the Horde and the Alliance are rebuilding their defenses. Players can decide on things like how many catapults to build, how many turrets to build, how big to make the walls. Basically, all of your efforts. So if you want walls, you have to go gather wood and stone and all the rest of it, whilst PvPing in the zone. Because the Alliance is also there, trying to stop you from gathering the resources, but also trying to get the resources for themselves, right? So it's a battle almost non-stop, but the official battle is only every 2 hours, right? That's when the official battle breaks out. So during this time, everyone is sort of collecting resources, rebuilding their fucking their fucking base, and then suddenly 2 hours in, the horns blow and everyone starts the battle. And now, boom, you have this giant fucking battle between the Horde and the Alliance again, and the team that wins, you know, it starts all over. It's a non-stop battle for resources. It's called the World of Warcraft. Why not do it? Like it is Wintergrasp with extra steps, right? It's exactly what it is. You could even go a little bit further and add small raids to it, just like you had in Wintergrasp, right? So if the Horde wins, they get a raid that they quickly have to go to. It's 3 bosses and it's all Alliance bosses. If the Alliance wins, they have 3 bosses and it's all Horde bosses, right? This means that you can add a ton of small raids to the game that isn't really there for gear. It's more just there for fun stuff, right? It's cosmetic stuff and shit like that. It's just fun. All right, let's quickly see here. We have everything that was cut from World of Warcraft. From Warlords of Draenor, rather.
The Alliance, you're going to end up defending Karabor and saving it from the Iron Horde, and that's going to be your main city. Karabor is what you may have known as Black Temple in Outland. So that's actually going to be your city as the Alliance for the expansion.
Karabor was never actually used as the Alliance faction hub. It was used in a scenario at the end of the Shadowmoon Valley questline, and then again for a part of the Legendary Ring quest chain, and that's about it.
For the Horde, you are going to you're going to travel to Frostfire Ridge, and in Frostfire Ridge, you're going to help the Frostwolves fight against the Ogre.
If Warlords of Draenor turned out the way that they explained it at BlizzCon, it may have been the greatest expansion in World of Warcraft history. If everything that they promised at BlizzCon came to the actual fucking game, it would have been one of the greatest expansions ever. The problem is that almost nothing made it into the fucking game.
That are there, and you're going to liberate the Ogre Citadel. There's a Blades Citadel there called the Bladespire Citadel, and that's going to be your city.
You do end up doing this in the Frostfire Ridge quest chains, and pretty early on too, but you don't ever use Bladespire as a faction hub, even though it seems to be completely set up for it and is way bigger than it needs to be for a small quest chain.
Oh yeah, so in the corner, you've got at the very bottom left down there, that's a mysterious Ogre continent.
The panel goes on to explain the lore behind the continent. Suffice to say, we never went there, and there was no indications in any of Warlords of Draenor that we would, other than some talk and interviews saying that they would like to go there someday, maybe.
Oh, well, we've got Farallon. That's TBD. You guys will explore that later on. So what you knew as Netherstorm at this time was Farallon.
At this point, Ian probably already knew that he was taking over from Tom Chilton, and he was sitting there smiling, going, yeah, buddy, no, I'm not going to play with your fucking toys. The second I take over the ship, we're going to fuck off from Warlords of Draenor and do something new. Like, you can just see Ian sitting there. Look at his face. It's clear. He was listening to Tom Chilton and going, this is your toys. I don't care for your toys. I'm going to make my own toys. I want systems, more systems, all the systems.
And you'll be adventuring there in a patch, but it's not there for the launch of Warlords of Draenor.
Farallon was never actually added in a future patch, and they even removed the island from the UI map in-game, but not the physical maps in-game. Farallon seems to have been cut late in development, as before patch 6.1, you could actually go to...
Macmillan, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you. Wisdom Macmillan spam. Everyone, you should have access to the emote for Macmillan. Can we get some spam for Macmillan there?
The removed island of Farallon in-game, if you had a way to get past the fatigue zone without dying. And the fatigue zone in the area where Farallon was supposed to be is still budgeted in the map, as you can go for a very long time over the sea before you hit the fatigue zone. In the PTR for patch 6.2, they had a shipyard mission which had the flavor text of going into Fairlawn in order to grab the Pearl of Fairlawn, which was supposed to be used in order to craft the legendary ring, which was scrapped in the PTR process, and instead you just did other things to craft the ring.
A little anecdote on that, actually, is that we originally concepted this zone as a purple desert.
Yep.
But it wasn't really working for us.
Turned out everyone that saw it kept saying, "Why is that snow purple?"
And why are the
Really
frost wolves in a purple desert?
Fine, it's snow already.
Sometimes we're dumb.
Early on in the game, they had planned on Frostfire Ridge being purple for some reason. We're told that it was kind of
Okay.
dumb, and then kind of agreed and changed it to
I would say a purple frost, like it would have looked just weird, right? It would have looked just fucking weird. Jerky, thank you for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Arkiel, how you doing?
snow.
Speaking of Shatrath, this is a piece of concept art of what it looks like on Draenor. What's really cool about this is you can see it's got the water there. That's the Zangar Sea coming up right against
So
the
sad,
edge.
dude.
Zangar Marsh isn't fully there yet, so it's really cool to see this place, but just in a different time.
In an early map, it shows a Shatrath raid in Talador, but during all the panels and interviews at BlizzCon, whenever they bring up Shatrath, they never mention a raid associated to it, which means the planned Shatrath raid was scrapped really early in development.
Can you imagine Shatrath raid? Can you imagine raiding Shatrath? How fucking cool would that have been? That would have been the bomb. Like, that would have been an iconic raid. And this was back in the day when I was purely a raider in World of Warcraft. So I would have creamed myself being able to fucking raid Shatrath.
As during the BlizzCon panels, they were still talking about Fairlawn as if it was going to come out. Next, let's go over a whole bunch of features that were planned for garrisons that were never implemented.
You're even going
my
to be able to
God.
pick which zone you want your base to be in. So a bunch of the different zones out there.
Wow.
A lot of the zones throughout Draenor support the ability to build a garrison. So if you decide that you want your garrison to be in the hard zone of Gorgon,
Wow.
that's what you can decide. If you want to
Such blatant lies. Moylan, thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. That is the most blatant fucking lie, dude. Wow.
be in the idyllic Shadow Moon
forgot they
Valley,
even
then
said
that's
that.
what you can decide. You get to pick.
Maybe at a later point, you've had this garrison in this zone for a few months. You can up and decide to move it to a different place just because you think that's cooler.
In the live version of the game, you were not able to pick which zone you could put your garrison in, and instead only had Frostfire Ridge for Horde or Shadow Moon Valley for Alliance.
I'm not, like, I'm a hardcore Horde player, but I just want to say the Alliance garrison looked a hell of a lot better than the Horde one. The Horde garrison absolutely sucked dick. It was just, fuck me. The Alliance one at least had some character to it. My God, bro.
Same concept with trophies. Maybe you kill a rare mob out in Draenor somewhere, you kill a chimera or something, and you get to bring back its head and mount it in the town hall in your garrison.
They did allow you to hang up archaeology items, but no rare mobs you killed out in the world in the way they described in the clip.
So basically,
And of course,
housing.
you could customize them with names. So if you want to name your guy Johnny McCool, you can name him Johnny McCool, and that's what he'll be like in the game. Anyone that comes to your garrison will see that guy named that. You gave him a name, you'll see that name when he's walking around in there. We really want it to feel like it's your place.
In the live version of the game, you could not rename any of your followers.
Nope.
In fact, you couldn't really name anything in your garrison at all,
Yep.
except for your battle pets that could follow you around if you had a tier 3 menagerie.
You can see this armory has 3 specializations. Currently, we're thinking we'll let you change the specialization probably once each day. We might put a cost on it to change the specialization. We don't want you swapping it all the time, but we definitely want to give you the option to change it.
See, this is where things went wrong. This is where things went wrong. You see, the second they started to fuck around with player power, Garrison should never have had anything to do with player power. Rook, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It should never have had anything to do. This is where Conduit Energy was born. Yeah. It should have just been cosmetic. The problem is they try to get so much. You see, this is the problem with Blizzard these days. They overshoot and overpromise the whole fucking time, and then they can never deliver on it. They can never deliver on it because, well, you've promised too much, and you weren't sure that you could actually do it when you promised it, and then you just end up scrapping it because it doesn't work.
Without too much trouble. It's a really cool reward for getting rank 3 of a building. Not only do you get the new art, the better bonus, but you get this piece of customization that you can do to it. And those vary as well. Those can be things that would, maybe the infirmary gives you the option to resurrect out in the world like once per day. You know, someone from your infirmary shows up and reses you. Or maybe it's something specifically for your followers so they can be stronger on a mission. It's just another way that you can customize this place and make it feel like your own.
Blizzard had plans for Tier 3 buildings to have a customizable bonus you could change out, kind of like a talent in a talent tree. Instead, all 3 tier bonuses were just fixed, and you could not change what a building did at all.
Yeah.
Missions can be a number of different activities. Here's an example of a few, how it would work in game. You can send them on a quest. You can do a scenario. You can obviously run a dungeon, and even you can run raids. Raids we're thinking are going to take multiple days to run, but it's really...
So, this was a big problem in the game, but it would probably have been a little bit better, right? If you could actually run a physical dungeon in the game and it had like a mini interplay to it. But then, of course, I would have suggested that the only things you get from those dungeons and raids are cosmetics, right? So you get specially crafted items from there that has nothing to do with player power. Because one of my biggest problems with the Garrison mission table, which made it far worse than anything you could ever fucking imagine, was the fact that it provided you player power. Like, you could actually get pretty fucking geared just through the Garrison mission table. You could have some fucking ballin' gear just by doing the right missions.
That cool, epic feeling that these followers you find can do awesome, cool things. They're not just hanging out. You can send them out to actually fight for you.
The original idea for sending followers out on missions was kind of treat them like real players that you would send out to do real player activities. Instead, all of the missions were exactly the same. And the only difference to them was how long they took and how hard they were to counter with their incredibly simple rock, paper, scissors system. 90% of the time you didn't even know what the flavor of the mission was, just that you needed to send a couple of followers on it in order to get the rewards.
You got to be able to pick where this stuff goes. So maybe you want to put your mage tower up on the hill in your garrison. Maybe you want to put your mage tower up near the front gate because you think that looks cooler. We're going to let you do that. You're going to get to pick where you want to put the buildings. This variety is really what gives us that customization we're looking for.
This statement makes it seem like you could put your buildings literally wherever you wanted.
Yeah.
When really, you could just choose one of 2 plots at incredibly fixed locations, which were so minorly customizable that it's almost laughable to think of that as what was stated in the clip.
Please been an interesting stat.
Customizable to me, right, means that, let's say, for example, I just did Blackrock Foundry. I got specialized items like flags, maybe some blueprints, in order to now make my garrison look like the Blackrock Foundry architecture, right? And maybe I'm doing one of the dungeons and there drops just a lot more shit from there, right? More blueprints so I can change to a troll structure or a mushroom structure or whatever the fuck I want, right? This is not just stuff that was cut from the game. Everything I've heard so far feels like it's just straight up fucking lies. It's not even that it was cut. It just feels like they were straight up going, pre-purchase our game, please. We promise. All these things are yours. Just pre-purchase the game. And once people pre-purchased, they went, psych. Like, jebaited them. By the way, this is where jebait was born. If we had to trace back in history to the first time a group of people were jebaited en masse, it would have been here. This was the biggest debate in the history of the world ever.
Played with it a little bit on the trinkets in the latest raid tier, and we don't think it's necessarily fun to be like, I'm going to put on my cleave set, I'm going to take off my cleave set. But if you get it as a bonus on some of your items, hey, that could be pretty cool. You'll do a little bit of extra AE cleaving sometimes.
Sure.
When they announced the new tertiary stats for Warlords of Draenor, alongside an early version of Leech, Speed, Avoidance, and Indestructible, they also had Cleave as one of those extra stats you can get on your gear, which are also known as a minor attribute. Minor attributes have an
It would've been
incredibly low
actually
chance to
cool,
proc
right?
on your gear, and generally are just bonuses that don't contribute too much to DPS. The Cleave stat seems like it was a pure DPS increase though, similar to Sockets, which is probably why they never added in the Cleave stat.
Do you know what the last boss is in Warlords of Draenor? Or can you tell us, please?
Grommash Hellscream.
Grommash Hellscream was not the final boss of Warlords of Draenor. It was instead Archimonde, which Grommash Hellscream does help you defeat Archimonde in the final battle.
Well,
According to an early map, the Chronos Spire
that
was
I
meant
wouldn't really call a lie. They probably just didn't want us to know. But again, we could look at this as Ian going, you know what, fuck you, right? I don't want to play with your toys anymore. I want to, I want to do my own shit. Right? I want to do my own expansion. So I'm going to take your dream of Warlords of Draenor, of making it all about the orcs and their sort of quest for independence, I suppose. But I'm just going to switch halfway through to a Burning Legion thing because I want to do Legion next. And that's it.
to be the entrance point into Draenor, where it was speculated you would then stop the Iron Horde from finishing building the Dark Portal. The Chronos Spire seems to have been scrapped early in development, as it didn't actually appear in any alpha or beta files at all, unlike Farallon. In lore, at the end of the War Crimes book, Kairos helps Garrosh escape trial by using a giant hourglass, so it makes sense that a giant hourglass would be the central hub in order to get into Draenor. However, they moved the location of where Kairos brought Garrosh to a spot in Nagrand, where there is no hourglasses at all nearby, and just the corpse of Kairos himself.
Yeah.
There's an item which was added to the game files called 6.0 Weapon Axe Two-Handed Gorehowl Remake Grom Hellscream Only, which has the model of a high-quality Gorehowl. There is speculation this was added to the game to be a legendary item, because of this line of dialogue from an interview at Gamescom. Interview with colleagues, you said there could be another legendary apart from the ring type? What legendaries there could be then? We could imagine a legendary Gorehowl. That would be possible. Terran Gore also has a very nice staff. Yeah, that's a pretty cool staff. So this is also possible. We will see. If we see the imaginary Gorehowl, would it be just for Death Knights, Warriors, Paladins? Fictional warriors, of course. Probably to anyone who could carry a two-handed axe. So there was never any Datamine legendary weapon, just this trash item,
Would it
which
not have
I
been
guess
cool?
could be counted as cut content based on this interview. The Broken Horn Village is an abandoned village located
so
in Gorgon which has
horrible to
nothing
watch.
associated to it, but is friendly to Horde players and hostile to Alliance players. It's fully stocked with named NPCs and houses, and flies the banner of the Laughing Skull Clan, which is a reputation that Horde players can grind out with a level 2
Ronaldo,
trading
you're just
post.
changing your
It's
name the whole time and following on like 350 different fucking accounts. So for the law people, you'll say she'd be there for us when we needed them. Did that ever come true? No. That, not yet, but we'll see what Blizzard pulls out, right, in the next one.
Speculated this was planned to be a quest hub or reputation center. The village itself is in the game, it's just not associated to anything, and there's no reason to ever go there. During the beta, Kargrath Bladefist, the first boss in Highmaul, originally survived the encounter at 1 health and ran away, leaving his hook behind to be looted. During the live version of the game, he just dies, and you
Yep.
can loot his body like normal. This was probably changed when they changed their mind on how they were going to finish off the storyline. During a blog post on a Blizzard
my
French
life,
site, Blizzard announced class accessories, which would have no gameplay effect and just be something cool you can unlock and upgrade to get cooler appearances. It was quickly taken down and no mention of it was ever talked about again. There was some speculation that Zangomarsh was going to be its own zone, but even alpha footage shows that it was always underwater. So if that was the case,
The
it was
Grey, I
going to
agree
be
with
a
you.
purely underwater.
But I think what makes Warlords of Draenor so much worse is if you see, and we've discussed this, every single person have discussed this, I think, to death. Warlords of Draenor had so much possibility, right? it could have been such a good expansion. If everything that Blizzard promised came to Warlords of Draenor, as I said before, it would have been the greatest expansion Blizzard have ever released. And yet, thanks to over-eager bullshit, where they were so willing to just move to the next expansion, they just decided, you know what, fuck it. And this was most likely due to time constraints. They ran out of time to make the to make the expansion as good as it needed to be. And because Activision didn't want to lose money, Activision just said, screw it. Just cut that shit. Just give us an expansion. We need money now.
For a zone like Vashj'ir. The zone even had its own soundtrack, and it has lots of work put into it, but was only ever actually involved in like 1 or 2 quests in the live version of the game. There was also art for a fungal world boss whale, which was never added, probably because they abandoned whatever ideas they had for the underwater zone.
Yep.
In the game files, they added 4 new Battleground files called Small Battleground A, B, C, and D. Small Battleground A was just a whole bunch of assets taken from Bladespire Citadel, the scrapped Horde Capital, assets from the Battle for Gilneas, and some assets from Wintergrass, and doesn't really seem to have any cohesion on how it was supposed to be played. Small Battleground B is just a winter version for Rothi Basin, which was eventually released in Legion. Small Battleground C is just an empty plot of land. And Small Battleground D was also an empty plot of land, which was changed to a copy of Deepwind Gorge during patch 6.2 in Warlords of Draenor. During the promotional materials titled Ages of War Awaits, there's a segment that says they were going to do new normal and heroic scenarios, which were 3-man mini-dungeons added in Mists of Pandaria, which haven't really been used since Mists of Pandaria.
Maybe I'm alone on this, but how many of you enjoyed the scenarios of Mists of Pandaria? The scenarios was good fun to me. Scenarios were fun. The scenarios were like these small little things that you could do with a couple of people, and it was just a nice storytelling experience. Now, was it perfect? By no means was it perfect, right? But it was a good step in the right direction, at least in my opinion. It was a good step because you could use scenarios to tell stories that you otherwise probably would have had a really hard time telling if you just doubled down and actually fucking told the story.
They had obviously planned on continuing the feature, but then scrapped it for whatever reason, and now only use it for solo quests. In alpha footage of Gorgon, you can see trains and train tracks at various points in the zone. These were eventually removed, and the only reference to them is in a dungeon, which confusingly has a fight on a train going through Gorgon, which doesn't actually exist in the open world version of Gorgon. This is a case of scrapped content directly influencing a dungeon that was probably too far along in development to completely change, so they just left it in anyway without really explaining it.
How could you run out of time to add train tracks to a fucking zone? I get all the other things. That would have included like some gameplay, some systems, but this is an art asset in the fucking world. Like, how do you run out of time for that? Like, how do you go, oh, this is just impossible? This is impossible. I can't do this. Sorry, guys. No art assets here. How is that hard?
In early development, there was a quest line which had you help Tess Greymane find some herbs that would help stop the degradation of the Worgen curse. This was eventually scrapped and replaced with a Fiona storyline to get a plant in order to heal a sick dwarf instead. The likely reason this was changed was because the Tess Greymane plot point brings up actual major lore consequences, and they probably didn't intend to tackle such a large issue in a minor quest. In some early builds in the alpha, there were dialogues data mined involving both Maraud and Yrel, which strongly hinted they were going to be in a relationship, as I'll be showing them on screen. This was eventually changed at some point, probably when they rewrote the storyline for Talador, and instead Maraud dies in one of the cinematics. There were a couple of islands included in the early versions of the map, in addition to Farallon and the Ogre Continent, which were never given any mentions about what they might be, and were removed from the map alongside Farallon, although the Ogre Continent still stays on the map funny enough, even to this day. Medivh had a short cameo talking to Gul'dan as a shadowy figure during the early stages of WoD. However, it was removed by launch. Having Medivh in the picture would open up alternative Azeroth storylines, so it was most likely removed to not have to deal with those major lore implications, similar to why they removed the Feral Worgen storyline.
And last but not least, I want to talk a little bit about this thing that we're calling the Trial of the Gladiator. Well, Trial of the Gladiator is the arena ladder. So one of the problems that we have is that it's very difficult to find people of your caliber, if you're a really high-end competitive player, to play with at the same time. And so really the Trial of the Gladiators, taking the concept of the arena ladder that we have right now and really focusing it to concentrate the queues at certain periods of time during the week so that you really get a lot of people in the queues at the same time. In addition, one of the really exciting things here is that we get to use what we call tournament rules. So this is a lot like the way the arena server works, right? So when you go to the arena server, it's not a competition about gear. Anybody can go to the Trial of the Gladiator and use the vendors and put on the gear that they want to use and hop right into the Trial of the Gladiator. It is purely about the skill.
Trial of the Gladiator was supposed to be a new arena mode which would fix a lot of the problems in Arena by putting everyone on an even gear playing field and also forcing players to queue at the same times in order to avoid match fixing. This was eventually cut, and Blizzard even gave an update on it, stating that the reason they cut it was because they didn't want to punish people who weren't able to play at the preset times for the Trial of the Gladiator.
It's always these bullshit reasons, though. Like, it's always these bullshit reasons. What are you talking about? You don't want to punish people who can't log in at the prescribed times. If someone truly loves PvP, they're going to... They will literally plan their week around that time. Like, if that time is on a Thursday afternoon or a Thursday evening at 8 p.m., that player is going to tell their friends, listen, you get the fuck off. I'm not doing anything this Thursday. I'm doing my Trial of the Gladiator.
So they just scrapped the whole thing and reintroduced the skirmish system instead.
Which no one uses. Who uses the skirmish system? Like, fuck me, dude. I'm actually depressed now after watching this video. I'm actually depressed. Because I didn't even know about half of this content that was cut from the game because I don't really focus on that shit. The things I did know about already got me really hot and bothered. Not in a good way. For Warlords of Draenor. Now that I know everything that's been cut, it's like... How dare you? The problem is, if you make promises like this, you... If you make promises like this, you absolutely have to deliver on it, right? At least from my perspective. I might be wrong. Maybe I'm completely fucking off base here. But if you make a promise, right, and you say this is going to be in your game, do you not then have some kind of fucking legal responsibility to deliver the things that you promised on? Specifically, if you asked us to pre-purchase based on the things that you promised. Because one of the reasons people pre-purchased the game was based on the promises that you had made for things that was going to be in the game. So if you then go back on those promises, surely we should be allowed to sue you for the fact that you broke your promises. Well, that's the problem, is that as a content creator, not pre-purchasing is really not an option, right? Moylan, I did play Cyberpunk. I did play Cyberpunk. And the difference, as far as I'm concerned, between Cyberpunk and World of Warcraft. So, firstly, Cyberpunk on PC was actually pretty good. I actually never dealt with any bugs, but that might just be because I got lucky, right? So, I didn't have any bugs. The game is not perfect, let's be real, but I did have fun in the game for as much as I had, right? For the things that I expected from the game. But at least they are adding all the things that they promised that didn't make it into the game. This is why they're now releasing update after update after update, because they're trying to deliver on all the things that they had promised, right? So in that sense, I can say you're a fucking moron for lying to me, right? But at least you're gonna keep your promise by the end of it. So once we get to, say, that end point, I will get the game that you promised me in the first place. with World of Warcraft, these are promises that were just never kept. They just said, no, thank you. Yeah, I know there's people that have a problem with the R word. Like, they don't like the word, so that's why I had to stop myself from using it, but you are effectively, yes. Let's just keep it there. Norikov, thank you much for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. How you doing, bro? I don't know if it works with US, but in EU, you can sue when product doesn't match advertised version. I don't know. I just truly get angry because it's the same thing with BFA and it's the same thing with Shadowlands. Maybe not so much in over-promising and under-delivering, but every single expansion that have sucked for World of Warcraft were so close to making it an actual good expansion, and then it just failed, right? It fails because Blizzard consistently just misses the mark. Every single fucking time. You're so close. You just need to do a little bit extra. But no, you couldn't bring yourself to do a little bit of extra work to actually get the fucking expansion out in a good enough way. Instead, you rushed, and now we have this bullshit thing that no one really gives a shit about. No one really cares to play, right? And yeah, they just keep lying, Jada. That's it. Blizzard just keeps lying because they know that there are players who's just gonna keep eating that shit up. They know that there are players who will just not ever punish them for their over-promising and under-delivering. Shadow Grove, it's not even that. It's... So, your point and Mulk Games' point, Mulk Games, how you doing, brother? Is actually very close to the truth of why things keep failing, right? Because it's a case of Blizzard cannot just add something to the game that is fun. Every single time they come up with something that could be fun, they seem to fall into this thing of overthinking all the different ways in which this thing can fail. The feeling I get whenever I look at World of Warcraft nowadays, it feels like Blizzard is playing not to fail. They're not playing to win. Now, if you followed any sports ever, that's the quickest way you lose, right? If you play a football match and the team is playing not to lose, they almost always lose. If you're not playing to win, you're not going to win. Prevent defense is actually a nice way of putting it, Malthrax. That's the feeling that I get whenever I look at World of Warcraft. They are so afraid of making one small mistake that they end up making a million mistakes. Because maybe people don't like the fact that they have to log in once a week at a specific time to do arena ladders, so we'll just not do it. Even though most likely for a lot of PvPers, that would have been a crazy amount of fun, right? It just feels as if they themselves are too afraid of actually implementing things into the game because they're afraid that those things would fail rather than just go for success. Just try it and see if it works. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But don't hamper yourself, right, halfway through the development process with all these different things of how this can fail and trying to come up with a way to not make it fail. Right? You should never do that. You should just push. Just keep pushing the envelope. Keep going fucking big. Go big or go home. You learn more out of your failures than what you learn out of your successes. This is true for everyone, right? You have to fail. But the problem with Blizzard is they don't fail. They just don't succeed. If that makes any sense to anyone watching right now. Blizzard doesn't fail. They just don't succeed. Because they're playing not to fail. So they keep just missing the mark. Every single time they're just under where they should have been. Every system could have been good, but it just doesn't get in. Just doesn't get in. And this just keeps building and building and building and building. Now, of course, it doesn't help that half of your employees are so afraid of where the next touchy-feely is going to come from that they can't even develop the fucking game properly. Malthrax, I feel like for a lot of people that is still playing World of Warcraft consistently, the bar is already as low as it can possibly be, right? The bar cannot be lowered even if they fucking tried. However, Massey, how you doing? On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I have to go get ready for gym. I've been pushing my time quite a bit, but I do now have to go get ready for gym. So I thank all of you for hanging out with me, for spending your afternoon, your morning, or your evening with me. Not gym. Like physically go to the gymnasium, work out, fucking get a bit of a pump on. I do thank all of you for hanging out with me, for spending your afternoon with me. I hope you had fun. I had a ton of fun as always. And I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. So if you have nothing to do tomorrow, come hang out. We might play some games as well. Hang out a little bit and then play some games. As always, ladies and gentlemen, take care of each other. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And take care of yourselves. I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.